Good evening, Mr. O'Byrne. How the devil are you?
I am very well, sir. Happy Sunday.
Um, Almost forgotten how all this works, but I do have bouncy green audio bars, so I'm assuming everyone can hear us,
Well, I
which
can
would
I can see us on the internet now, so that's the first step.
which would be nice if everyone can hear us. That'd be fantastic.
So Frederick Schultz has already said, will there be audio issues? So we'll find out. The sound is good from Green
Ye,
Street.
ye of little faith, Frederick.
It's
Ye
Sunday.
of little faith.
It's BSIME. We're back. How you doing? Welcome, everyone. It's about things Middle Earth. This is, of course, our fortnight series in which we take a
Fort yearly. It's fort
like,
yearly.
by having a look at the Extini's Parkwork Battle Games in Middle Earth. But whilst we do focus on this show this every week, we actually cunningly changed the word games to streams. A lot of people don't realise. These are our live streams where we hang out together, we chat about, we have a look through one of these issues, we chat about the state of the game, as it were, then the rules in here, the scenery guides, the painting guides, and so on and so forth. And we just hang out together as a way of a concentrated block of painting for you to kind of hang out with like-minded individuals and paint. And of course, the main point of nice work. You're going to need that. The main point of the Middle Earth is to Steve.
Battle streams in Middle Earth. All right. What we want to do is clear the faded backlog.
Pick the wrong mug. The point was to help you clear the back.
That's not. Oh, it is slightly a light shine, but can you see how faded mine's gone?
Yeah.
That's what dishwashers do. Terrible things.
Unbelievable. Emma made me a cup of tea in this one earlier tonight.
Yeah.
And I only washed them up by hand, RE fading.
Yeah.
So I was then like, well, I've got to use that one. I'm not going to wash up two. That's mad.
So you're on the backup dancer tonight.
Indeed. The point was to kind of help people clear their backlogs and just hang out and paint together. And we kind of did it to paint for the joy of the hobby, the love of it. Just paint for the fun of it. Not because you're stressed about a tournament coming up, or just paint for the love of it. And we obviously needed something to kind of theme us around, to kind of steer down the right direction. And Steve, how did we decide what we'd
Basically, what happened was, it was like during lockdown when there was a lot of YouTube going on, and we seen this Australian geezer called Lockie do a show, and we just absolutely ripped it off.
Okay. But yeah, every one of these magazines came with some models, and we thought, why don't we just paint the models that came with the magazine, and maybe other people would do it. And do you know what? They only bloody did.
They did.
Every week there is a theme, and it's whatever model came with it. And Steve,
yeah,
what's the theme with this issue that has got Theodred on the front?
Theodred.
Theodred, obviously Theodred. He is there. Look at him riding across the Ford Horizon like a
Theodred.
Yeah. Oh, what's the line in Frozen? Riding across, what is he? He's as I left say about Christmas. Riding across the fjords like a... I've forgotten it.
Someone fjord rider.
Yeah, he's like I can't remember. A hairy... I don't know. It's quite a funny line there. But that's what Theodred's like. So tonight the theme is Theodred. So normally we get to say like everyone's got an Aragorn. I'm not so sure tonight everyone will have a Theodred. The foot one is quite relatively rare in the sense that I know you can buy him now. I don't mean he's a rare model, but I don't think he's a model that a lot of people have waiting for any day. But the mounted one came with the magazine, so people might have him lying around. So the idea is tonight, just go and get your Theodreds. Just go and find those Theodreds, clean him up, and get some paint on him. And maybe by the end of the evening, you will have cleared a model from your backlog.
Yeah, I do apologise anyone that can hear this vibrating noise whilst David's talking. I'm just mixing the paints.
You can't hear it, mate.
It's showing up on my bar, so I think maybe the others can.
Oh, I can't hear it because it's going over Zoom, but yours is going straight out, is it?
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, well, I'm glad I can't hear it.
So.
Amazing noise counsellor.
Tech, mate. It's tech. Weird thing is, just want to touch on, when you were talking about Battle Games in Middle Earth and what you got in it and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and as you're listing the things, you get a model, you get a painting guide, you get a building guide, you get scenarios. I think it just shows the state of the age that we live in. I see that meme with American Psycho, where he goes. In my head, it appears every time you do it.
What, just for when you hear the descriptions that were in Battle Games Middle Earth.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
So float your boat, dude. So indeed, Theodred is the theme. So Steve, how can they get involved?
So what they can do is they can head on over to the Great British Hobbit League Facebook group, the premium, most friendly strategy battle game Facebook group on the Tinterwebs. And if they search on there, which they won't find it hard to find because it'll probably be at the top of the group because it's going absolutely crazy already. We've got 8 comments. You'll see. You'll see. This is the whip thread. And what you want to do is, whatever you're working on tonight, take a picture of it, post it in that thread, and later on in the stream, as the usual people will know, we'll get it up on screen, we'll have a look at what you guys are working on, discuss it, and if you are on topic and you are working on a Theodred of any description, you'll be entered into a live draw with the possibility of winning a money can't buy prize. Damien, do the honours. This technology is amazing. If you needed a 2.
Weeks may pass, the dice never change.
You put it this way: you're not stumbling at a wall, are you? You're over it.
A black Battle Streams of Middle Earth dice that only rolls. It's increasing, so you can just, as long as you want to keep going up. So you roll 2, you roll 3, and then you roll 4 or 3 again. And this bad boy could be yours tonight. This very one person who is painting a Theodred tonight is going to win that black Battle Streams of Middle Earth dice later in the evening.
Certainly is.
Pretty exciting stuff.
Very exciting.
I think as well, and maybe I'm doing Theodred a horrible disservice here, but through the combination of there only being 2 sculpts and pretty much just being dead for the entire film.
Yeah,
he's alive. Yeah, but he's not really alive, is he?
And the fact that they had to pretty much make a legendary legion around him to get people to use him.
And the fact it's a Sunday, I don't think there's going to be too many people painting Theodred, which means if you are painting Theodred, you got a pretty good chance of winning the dice.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's the idea. Look at this. I'm only bloody doing him.
Whee!
He's been waiting. He's been waiting for about 6 weeks. He's been waiting. But yeah, Theodred is here. Steve?
Yes? Oh.
I can hear you mixing paints. I can see
mixing paints. Look at this.
Look at this. Look at that.
It's crazy stuff. So I'm painting tonight. As I said to you pre-stream or off-camera, that all my Rohan stuff is at the studio. I do have a number of Theodreds, and it did cross my mind to, because I've got this guy and a couple of other bits here.
Oh, cool!
It did cross my mind to paint him up as Theodred, take his head off, and change the head, but I chose not to because I thought, sort your life out, Steve. You've only just got started back, getting your brushes out. Don't jump in at the deep end and start converting things because it'll be something you start, you never finish. So, I'm being sensible tonight, Damien. A while back, I don't know if you remember, we were at a certain meetup and I brought my Goblin Town with me.
I do remember, with Gollum.
Yeah. And I realised that it was really annoying sometimes when you're playing at certain points and depending on the list that you choose, that if I put the scribe on my army, I kind of run out of painted goblins to have as backup. So I have to wait for them to die, for them to come on. And I made a decision a bit ago to paint up just a load of other spares, which I've got here.
Lovely.
So this is what I'm working on tonight. I thought it's a nice little palette cleanser. Goblin Town, easy. I'm not overly, I don't want them to, I'm not going to enter them into any painting competitions. They're just sort of filling out the ranks. And I painted a lot of them. And I quite enjoy painting them. So I thought it'd be a nice little palette cleanser tonight. Get me back in the swing of things. And it is doing exactly what it says on the mug. It's clearing my backlog, mate. It's clearing my backlog. They've been on my desk.
I would say that's astonishingly BSIME. I don't make any little excuses. It's obviously not the theme, but I think that's exactly what we're meant to be doing here. I love it. I love your work.
Oh, there you see. Don't mess about. Don't mess about. I'll tell you what I am missing though. Oh, I've got some. Not a lot of it left though. Look, don't know what I've been using this tissue for. We're back with the smut. Hey, so I need some tissue because there's going to be a lot of dry brushing going on tonight. I have not painted a Goblin Town model flipping heck since early top table wargaming YouTube channel days. I actually think I did a very poor painting guide for them.
Oh, really?
Many moons ago, yeah.
Are you now going down the contrast route?
No, I'm gonna, because they need to look the same, don't they? I've got a vague idea. So I've base coated them in like a beigey colour, which I had a spray of. It's some weird brand. I don't know what brand it is, so I couldn't tell you what the colour is. And I've just basically, I know I went off a base of rock hearth flesh, so I'm gonna go over now with rock hearth flesh, and then I'm gonna dry brush with flayed one flesh, and then I'm gonna final highlight with pallid witch flesh, my favourite colour in the range. And then
Hearth flesh might be my favourite colour.
It's a great colour. It's a great colour. Goes with everything. Yeah, and then I'll do all the details and stuff. But tonight, Matthew, I'm just going to try and get all the flesh done on them. So yeah, so I'll be working on that. So Damien's going to be doing all the graft. For a change.
I see your Damien will be doing all the graft, and I raise you. Damien's going to be doing all the graft for like the second half of the episode, because boy. We've got an episode for you. We've got the lot. It's a bit of a return, as we'll probably talk about. Do you know what we've got tonight, Steve?
Go on, what we got?
A magazine to go through.
Oosh.
Good. We got a deep dive.
A deep dive?
Deep dive.
Anyone who's new will not understand what a deep dive is.
And we got a profile review. So we got the lot.
Probably better clear that up. You know.
So I've got lots and lots of stuff to read at people.
Yeah.
In half.
So what he's trying to say, people, is that he wants me to do all the graft.
In the first half. First half.
So itinerary's ticked off. We know what the plan is. Yeah? Are we going on to snacks?
I think we can go on to snacks.
Shall I go first? Or do you want to go first?
Go ahead. Do it.
So obviously I've got my cup of tea, which we love. To have with my cup of tea, I have my daughter's made some chocolate cupcakes, as you can see, full of sugar. So I've got one of those. Whoop, whoop.
I had to come in handy, I see.
So I've got one of those to have with my brew. I'm up early in the morning. So yeah, it's a school night, obviously. So I do have some beers. I only have 2.
All right.
So I'm drinking 2 beers tonight.
You're not. You said that you're on the shandies. You're not.
Yeah. So.
Oh, okay. You've got a mixer. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought for a minute then Steve Crow's on the shandies was just having slightly less beers.
And then beer snacks. You know, seeing as it's pretty much Christmas, Waitrose are getting stuck in, and we've got festive spiced bacon flavoured crisps.
Oh, lovely.
So ridged.
Christmas is coming, man, right?
Yeah. So yeah, those are my snacks. What about yourself, Damien?
Well, I warn you, my snacks. It's been a few weeks, obviously. My snacks are going to come with a rant, and I don't believe I'd ranted about this last time, but apologies for how. So I will be joining you in the cup of tea.
Yep.
And I found tonight, as I was preparing for the stream, I've actually been away for the weekend, so I sort of came back today. I was like, we didn't have any beer. I got no beers in, and I was like, I've got to have a drink with a stream. Got to have a drink with a, first BSIME in a while. Got to have a bit of a cheeky drink. But we've got no beer. So Steve, I was suddenly like, hang on, it's a Sunday night. Sunday BSIME. That takes me back. That takes me back to lockdown. So when we used to stream on a Sunday, those early days of lockdown, and I thought, oh, do you know what I fancy? What would take me right back there?
I know what you've got.
What have I got to do?
Gin.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm very jealous, I'm not going to lie.
do you remember the brands? Do you remember what we have?
Yeah, but I can't remember it.
Whitley Neal rhubarb.
Whitley Neal.
We got tons of them. We got tons of them in, and I had to go digging for this. But I deliberately went looking for the Whitley Neal. And yeah, so I thought have a little bit of G&T.
Bit of G&T.
So I've got that to go.
Have you got the Parma Violet one?
No, I don't really like Parma Violets.
Oh, mate, come on.
I got one more drink.
Yeah. Sherry?
This is where the controversy starts.
Is it not Pepsi?
Not Pepsi.
It's Coca-Cola? Or is it Roller Cola?
It's Coca-Cola. Normal Coca-Cola.
It's all right, though, isn't it?
It's nice. Coca-Cola's nice. Never had a problem with Coke.
Mm.
Do you know why I'm drinking Coca-Cola?
Because you got no Pepsi in?
Nope.
Go on.
Will not be getting any more Pepsi in.
Why?
They've ruined it.
Don't tell me they've changed it. What have they done?
So apparently it was in March.
Yeah.
I get close to getting quite emotional about this. In March they changed the recipe for normal Pepsi, for full fat Pepsi. They changed the recipe. They took the sugar out and they replaced it with sweeteners.
So it's Pepsi Max.
It tastes like Pepsi Max. It tastes awful.
Why would they do that?
Where's my choice as a consumer to buy the full fat version? That's what I want to know.
Well, that's like super annoying because I'm like you. I'm a Pepsi over Coke guy.
Not anymore. You're not.
And I don't even drink a lot of fizzy drinks really.
No, I don't.
But it's annoyed me that because I might just want one.
That's exactly it.
And I might just think, oh, I know I like that.
And I normally have it. You know, when I normally have a Pepsi, it's normally when I'm at my mum and dad's, right?
Mm.
My mum and dad used to have Pepsi when I was a kid, for about 15 or so, as a treat.
Yeah.
Start drinking Pepsi when about 15. Don't mind Coke, but I've always thought Pepsi was nicer than Coke. And then for 25 years of my life, I've been drinking Pepsi and enjoying it, and they have ruined it. I don't like it anymore, and I'm not being like, no, I hate change. It's not nice, and I prefer Coke. How you screw something up that much to change the taste? And I was drinking it at my mum's for a while, like going, "This tastes funny," and I was like, is this an old can of our batch or something? And I think I had it somewhere else. I had a big 2-litre bottle of it, and tried it. I was like, why does this still taste funny? And I googled it, and they changed it in March.
So is Pepsi Max still a thing then, or?
Still.
So what's Pepsi Max? I thought that's what Pepsi Max was. It was just Pepsi with sweeteners instead of sugar.
I don't know if maybe the proportion's slightly different, but yeah, it's horrible. Apparently, true story. If you get dispensed Pepsi, from like in a pub or whatever, that's still the old recipe for now.
Right.
I went to Ardicon.
Yeah.
But they were serving Pepsi. Went,
topped up all weekend.
Can I have a Pepsi, please? And he went, do you want Max or Diet? I went, I want the normal one. We haven't got it. Brilliant. Brilliant. The recipe's the same. They don't serve it. Honestly, mate, I'm quite sad.
Yeah, it's annoyed me, and I've not. Before you told me that, I had no intention of drinking Pepsi anytime soon. But you've just told me, and it's like it's irked me. I feel irked.
Bad enough to the point that I won't drink it now. Do you know what I mean? And not on principle, not like I just don't enjoy it.
Yeah.
And it's just that little chipping away of happiness in your life.
This is what the world's coming to, mate.
It is.
They've been trying to warn us. We haven't been listening.
But yeah. So
first it was Mint Whispers.
But at least they just got rid of them. If Pepsi just folded, it'd be like, that's a shame, but I'll always remember it well. So do you
ever feel like people are toying with you though?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Because like the Mint Whisper thing. It's a running thing. Like we both like Mint Whispers. We thought they were great. We couldn't understand why they went. Do you feel that over the years since they've disappeared, Cadbury's, even if sometimes it's just a limited run, have brought everything else back except Mint Whispers?
I don't know of any. I know Fuse. Fuse feels like a bar that hasn't come back.
Picnic and all that. Picnic.
It's proportionally invested in Mint Whisper, so we're probably more aware of it not coming back. But yeah, if it came back tasting like crap,
imagine.
In fact, it's not even coming back because you might just have a bad memory of it. Just if they just changed it, just take something in your life you're happy with, and they just ruin it. It's the modern world. It's the modern world, man. I tell you, they chip away at our happiness gradually.
Yeah, we're just all part of a big machine, mate. We're a cog.
So yeah,
we're a little cog in a big machine. That's what we are.
Everyone else has found this and tasted it, but I truly don't think you'll ever see a Pepsi on here again because I won't buy it anymore because I don't enjoy it anymore. And that's a hell of a swing. Do you know what I mean?
I'm gonna have to buy a bottle tomorrow.
Yeah, you'd have to try it. Yeah. But it's like, imagine if Cadbury's chocolate suddenly started tasting like Hershey's chocolate. It's like that. It's that big a change, you know.
Oh, or imagine if Galaxy started tasting like Cadbury's.
It's that kind of thing. They've changed it. That's a good example, actually. They've changed it enough that imagine they changed Galaxy enough that you started eating Cadbury's over it. You see what I mean? It's that kind of thing.
They've changed it enough that they may as well have just said we're not making Pepsi anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the sounds of it.
The internet's livid, obviously. But...
yeah. Are people kicking off?
Yeah, of course. But yeah, so those are my drinks. So I've got a glass of Coke. And as for snacks, I've got the snacks we were meant to have, Steve, that you haven't got yet. Because
Paige's got money.
I went to Ardcon and we got given stuff.
Yeah.
And Sam Page is gradually eating all of yours, I think. Frederick Schultz, as ever, delivered us some bounty from, well, not bounty, some booty from.
I wouldn't have minded bounty. I like bounty.
A massive pile of German chocolate. So we got Knoppers, these kind of wafery things.
I love a Knoppers.
Got some white chocolate Duplos.
Oh, my faves.
We got these, which I haven't actually gone into. Crunchy Balls, Vice.
Nice.
Got those, haven't you? So there were some of those. I've eaten some other bits as well. And as well as that, and I can't speak for this because Julian Hammond gave me some chocolate, as ever. He probably gave you some chocolate and you threw it in the bin or something. But he gave me a bar of Bourneville Orange.
Yeah.
And he also gave me a bar of Bourneville Mint.
Funny looking packet, that. I didn't know they started doing mint in a red packet.
I might have eaten some of it. But I saved the orange for here, and we know we like chocolate orange on this channel. So here is some Bourneville orange here.
Not into Bourneville.
Bourneville?
Yeah. What's the Bourneville reference? Why did they call it Bourneville? What's Bourneville? What is it? Is that what is it? I don't know.
Right, it's lovely. So yeah, I'll work on some of that. You also have a fine selection of chocolate from Mr. Schultz.
Yeah.
Thanks to Frederick and thanks to Julian for our donations. I mean, a lot. There we go. Those are my snacks, and those are my rants.
No rants from me. But too busy. Too busy
to rant.
Yeah.
You want to see who's in? Should we start with that?
Yeah, I've just slapped dead quick a layer of Rakarth flesh over my minis. So if you want to get your paintbrushes out. Yep. I've not dug out my magazine either, but you're doing all that second half, yeah.
Loads of reading material, mate. Loads of reading. You sit there and paint later, mate.
Yeah, I'm painting. Right, okay. Let me get back to the top of this chat. Live chat. Ginamo's in from Denmark. Welcome, brother. Frederick's in. How you doing, pal? Hello, strangers, says Mr. Greentree. Hope you're doing well, Mark. We know that you're not going to be able to stick around long because you're up at Daft O'Clock. I'm up at Daft O'Clock, but I'll stick around, Mark. Just saying. You know what I mean? Dublay's in. Evening all. I knew he'd be around because it's coming close to Christmas. He'll be dusting off that record collection. I read it. Someone put it on one of the Facebook groups the other day saying round about now Michael Bublé be defrosting. Holzman's in. Good evening, everyone. How you doing, Joe? Max Mallis is in. How's it going, Max? A BSIME that is on time. What is this new devilry, says Frederick. Happy Sunday, everyone, says Michael Curtis. Darren Warner, good evening, everyone. Hope all is well on this fine evening. Very well. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. It's been a crazy, crazy period, which I'm sure we'll speak about later. I'm just going to have to give me glasses a wipe because they're a bit steamed up.
Oh, yeah.
Bit grubby. Been in the kitchen, haven't I? Cooking.
You can sexy steam.
What did you have for dinner tonight?
We had a roast. Emma cooked a roast.
We had a roast. What did you have? Chicken? Beef?
Roast chicken.
Same, mate.
Some runner beans that were actually grown by mum and dad in their garden. So we
class. Love it. I want to get an allotment, but I think I'm too young to have one. But I really want one.
I don't think so. I think you can allotment young. You can go on a cruise as well.
Is it a new thing now? Is it a new?
I think age is out the window, mate. And also, I think we're old, so.
No.
Unfortunately, you can't have an allotment.
I want to make allotment cool again. Start a YouTube channel.
You can have a red baseball cap. Allotment great again.
Where was we? Mr. Crosby's in. How you doing, pal? He says, what's this stream about again? Cooking, mate, obviously. Snacks and inane chatter mostly, says Joe. Hey all, says Matt Hudson. How you doing, Matt? Piano house by the sounds of it. I'm going to turn you up a little bit.
Okay.
In fact, before I do, because it might just be at my end, can people let me know if Damien and me are a similar volume? Because it's quite quiet coming in my ears. Let me turn you up on it. Coming in my ears. Say something, man.
Coming in my ears.
Sing a song. I need a continuous sound.
Oh no, I'll leave the broken hearted. Oh no.
Oh yeah, that does nothing.
Oh no, I'll leave the broken hearts this way.
That's it now. Yeah, sweet. I can hear you now.
Wanna play?
How long until we see their faces? Asked Frederick. Will there be audio issues? Hell no. Alex Johnson's in. How you doing, Alex, mate? Hope you well. He says hello all. Sound is good, says Mark. Sound works, guys, says Frederick. No audio issues. What's this stream all about again? Asked Sean. It's happening, says Matt. Paige is in. He says whoop whoop. Evening all. Sam, as well as the chocolate thing, and I'm not just using that as an excuse, but it would be good to catch up, mate. Get a game in maybe at the studio or Element or something soon. I was saying to you one the other day, Damien, I'm just desperate to roll some dice. It feels like it's been longer than it has. I think last time I rolled dice was the meetup. When was that? June?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head.
July? Sean says, I wonder if we will find out how they decided on the name. It seems a bit strangely familiar. We can't tell you that. Can't tell you. Copyrights on that. Is the whip stream scheduled for 2023 or 2024? I think you'll find it was on at 10 to 8, exactly where it should be. Ashley Fisher's in. He says, evening all. After no hobby for over 2 months, and a two-day tournament and a stream in one weekend is just what I needed to get back in the mood for Toy Soldiers. That's what we're here for, Ashley. I owe this guy a favour, so I thought I'm going to stream tonight for this guy.
You guys are allowed to hobby if we're not streaming.
Oh, yeah. Skullbunch, Sean's in. Good evening, chaps. How you doing, Sean? I hope you're well, you guys. Frederick says, Steve, are you streaming from your food truck, Steve? I wish I had a food truck, Frederick. One day, my friend, one day. My roller stopped working on my mouse. What's going on here?
Is it the fact that your mouse is 30 years old?
Could be. Oh no! Oh yeah, it's working. It's just either it's decided to either not roll or roll at 500 miles an hour. Rich Clammer's in. He says they're back. Hi guys, I've missed the prancing phonies. Remember that? Sophie's in. Yes, we can, Steve. Since you talk about the audio, like you, that noise is intensely irritating. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you very much. Bit of a round of applause for Sophie getting her models on Warhammer community. Well done. I did see that. I do keep an eye out on my, BSIME friends. Was it White Dwarf? I know it was on something. She posted it. She was boasting. You know what she's like. Salt and Brushes in. He says, hello all. I just got on the stream. Is someone trumping? No, it's my... What are they called, them things?
Tape mixer?
Vortex mixer. Vortex. Steve's got sound a bit dodgy, says Matt Hobson. We can hear it. It's horrid, dodgy. No, it's Steve's vibrator, says Max Malice. Well, you'd know, Max. You'd know. Lol, can't hear the clap, says Frederick. It's weird how you can't hear the clap, but you can hear my vibrator.
That was my clap, yeah?
Yeah.
I started clapping, so they can't hear me.
Sneaks up on you, that clap, doesn't it? Joe says, someone's bought themselves a Vortex. I've had it for years. Joe. Don't mess around. Peter Taylor's in, and he says, evening, everyone. How you doing, Peter? Fun BSIME sound stuff so early in the stream, says Frederick. Double says, I thought it was a lightsaber. Have you been watching that new Ahsoka?
No, mate.
I've been watching it. I think it's all right. I wasn't overly impressed with the last season of Mandalorian. After Luke Skywalker made an appearance, it went a bit downhill. Boba Fett was a bit iffy. Ahsoka's pretty good. The clap is back, says Darren Warner. It's a terrible reflection. Sounds like you've been visited by sexy boys and girls, says Joe. Mark Fry, unwell, but I had to join in. Cleaned up, primed, and a couple of colours added to the horse of Theodred. Good man, Mark, and I hope you're feeling better soon, mate. Mr. James Wilson's in. He says, evening, folks. How are you doing, James? Frederick says, it appears Sam Page might have abandoned reason for madness and he's currently hoarding Steve's B-Sound supplies. Thief, he stole it from you. Ruffle. Love how Steve's finally managed to move out of his man cave and set up a new hobby desk.
James Wilson.
Yeah.
Writes a blog, and he very kindly mentioned battle streams in the latest.
I did see the post about his blog. I've not read it, but I did see the post about his blog. So he's got two sexy things going on in his life. He's got a sexy SBG blog, and he's got the pizza oven of my dreams. He's got a Gosney dome. It's very sexy. Josman says, you're not selling your Goblin Town then, Steve? No, I'm definitely not selling my Goblin Town. Wow, nice mug, Steve. Says Frederick, thank you. Sitting here on a huge pile of resin bases, by the way, feeling like Smaug. Steve, what is that t-shirt? It's not BSIME. Yes, it's not BSIME. That's BSIME. Looks like that.
God, is it?
Sneaky. It's not, by the way, this isn't Thingy Drop. I just happen to have this on today. Yeah. Richard Clown says, whoop whoop, love a deep dive. Sounds like you're back in full fashion. Because the Dragon says, very interested in the Theodred deep dive as I want to make a theme force around him for some upcoming games.
I must warn you, I've got everything I can about Theodred, and there is a nice sexy bit to read, but it's not particularly deep.
Yeah, so it's just a dive. It's not a deep dive. Rory's in. It says, great, this is back. Good to see you, lads. Good to have you in, Rory. Josh Crosby says, greatest drink, good in a BSIME mug. Come on, roll.
What? Greatest drink, good in a BSIME mug?
Greatest drink. I'm assuming you mean tea.
Wait, does he mean Pepsi?
Oh no, he drinks Coke out of a mug, doesn't he, like a weirdo? Teenage Dirtbag's in. He says, I noticed the change in Pepsi a few months back. I've been waiting to see the anger in Damien when he got wind.
Yeah.
This has upset me, this has upset me. And Jolsman says, you mean they improved normal Pepsi? Rude. Is it to avoid a sugar tax thing or something?
I don't know.
Could be. I don't know.
Whatever money they'll save on the sugar tax, they'll lose on no one buying it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Pepsi is skint, do you? Isn't that a thing in the UK, says Frederick? It is. I think it's a thing in the States as well, isn't it? Sean Clark says Pepsi with their artificial scarcity. Sam Page says to Frederick, the temptation is proving great. Keep your grubby little mitts off my chocky. Noppers and German Pepsi next Ardican. Ruffle, says Frederick. Destro Detrus is in. He says, Stoning greetings all. How you doing, pal? And Frederick says to Sam Page, you're picking a right. You're picking. Is that a fact? Should be a fight with Mr. Crow, not me. I'll share with Sam. He's had him for so long. The least I could do is share. Drama unfolding in real time, says Frederick. Lol. Don't tell him, but I've already raided the bag once or twice. Right, we're not sharing now, Sam. We're not sharing. Richard Clammer says, maybe Cadbury are doing a GW and all their chocolate bars are just on rotation. Just wait 50 years and you get Mint Whisper back eventually. I think it feels like it's been about 50 years.
Well, what do you think it was? I mean, it went about 2005. Well, Whisper went about 2005. So it's been at least 20.
I mean, yeah, they've brought Whisper back. They've brought Whisper Gold back. They've done that Whisper Caramel. Salted caramel, which is basically a Whisper Gold. They just repackaged it.
So good.
Yeah, so salty.
I'm
going to make me cake.
I think Whisper Mint was on sale when they cancelled Whisper. I don't think they ever stopped selling it. I think it went when they stopped all of them. So whenever Whisper went, you know what? It wasn't 2005. That's when I was chatting about how sad it was that it was gone. It must have been earlier than that. It must have been about 2000.
I thought it was late 90s, but I could be wrong.
No, you might be right. It's one of the first things me and Emma bonded about.
Are you Googling it?
Yeah.
While you're Googling it, I'm going to nail this cake.
As long as neither of us are talking, that's perfect.
Yeah.
We were flying. High quality episode. Like, what a return. Suddenly gone. It was relaunched in 2007.
Last piece.
Discontinued in 2003.
Mm.
It was only unavailable for 4 years. I thought it was more like about a decade that it was unavailable.
That was a long 4 years on it.
As long as 4 years of my life. And while we're here you go. There must be a thing about it. Where is it? Discontinued. God bless. It's not there. Why is it not there? Whisper Gold, Whisper Hazelnut, Salted Caramel, Duo, Bits of Whisper, Hot Chocolate, Gold, Whisper Biscuits, Endless Whisper. That sounds fantastic. Bits of Whisper, Easter Egg, Whisper, Cadbury Whisper Mint, an aerated milk chocolate bar with a mint layer. Launched 1995, discontinued 2003.
The good years.
When Pepsi were Pepsi, Whisper Mint were around. So yeah. Continued at the same time as all the other ones, but never came back.
Where are we? What was I up to? Sam says, in inverted commas, "I'll have a Coke, please, mate. It's Pepsi. Is that all right? Not anymore." Nathan's in. He says it's already started. They stopped using dairy milk and cream eggs in favour of crappy chocolate. Is that true? Because I thought Cadbury's just used the same chocolate for everything. Sam's taunting me, says those white Duclos were nice. Terrible man. Swords and Brushes says to Nathan, say word, don't say that. Cream eggs are the best. I used to love cream eggs. Like, they're too much now, they're too sweet. People can't believe it. Stephen Ryan's up in arms about the cream egg thing. Because the Dragon says, named Boneville after the village that was used by Cadbury's to house their works. Katie's in, says, evening all. How you doing, Katie? To house their workers, not their works.
Competitors to Cadbury's. Not. Oh no, is it Cadbury? Oh, it is Cadbury. I thought that was someone just having a go at Cadbury's.
Trustpilot UK says, evening all, first stream for me. Welcome. Trunk Pilot, not Trust. Welcome, my friend. Get comfy, get your paints out. Nathan T says, I'm behind. Is Steve still in the shed? I'm still in the shed. Zero has happened with shed being turned into a garden room since we last spoke, because I've just been too busy to do anything. not even finished my fence. My neighbours are going to be going crazy. Dublé says, I went to a garden centre yesterday and was actually disgusted by the Christmas decorations that were already on sale. It's a shocker. I can't see the allegedly folding table, says Nathan T. Back in your cave, Dublé. The folding table is still a thing and it's just there behind the camera. Sophie says, you're not too young for an allotment, Steve, but you do already have enough beep hobbies. This is true. This is true. But I mean, I suppose you could say, if I got an allotment, it's not a new hobby because it's so I can grow my own veg and herbs for cooking. So it's still part of my cooking hobby.
Yeah, and it wouldn't take any time either.
just months to grow. I do want one though. Steve is slightly louder. I'll turn mine down a little touch.
Outrage about Pepsi.
There we go. Sam says, one of the workmates, John, got an allotment. He was given the mob name Johnny Alotti. Love it.
Good name.
It's good name. Strong. Darren Warner says, you can get an allotment with your free bus pass. There is allotments near me. This is the weird thing. So where I live, it's like there's a waiting list to get a patch. I've looked into it. So there's an allotment right near me, but there's a waiting list. Can you believe it?
Yeah, you have to wait for the party first.
Pretty much. I've never willed it so much. Do you will it? I will it. Mark says, get an allotment, Steve. Veg grown by yourself tastes so much better, and let's face it, you have loads of spare time. Mike Oskell says, it's when Damien is facing his paint station when he's quieter. This is true. He's rude, isn't he? Just like looks away from you, and you know.
I'm not. I could put my headphones back. I could put my headphones in with a speaker. Maybe I need to be turning to face the speaker a bit more.
Stuart McLean, evening all. I'm absolutely shot from G-Boot, but had a cracking time. Good to hear. What's G-Boot? Great British.
Isn't it more? Is it
of more... something of our time? What was it? Battle of our time. Battle of our time. The great battle of our time. Smashed it.
I thought you meant that old kind of weird quasi-car boot setup and wargaming thing.
That's what I was thinking. Like a war boot thing. Yeah. How did you get on, Stuart? Do let us know.
You have the boot.
Alex says, good mate, joining in has got models to paint and not for me, for two friends for imps. Ah, good man. Sophie says, White Dwarf you'll find. There you go, it's White Dwarf. I've seen it somewhere, Sophie. Frederick says, Ashoka is interesting for far, though Andor is probably the best live action series they've ever done. Yeah, it was all right. Scott Newman says, good evening, lads. So glad to catch this stream. I have not painted in over a month. Yesterday I cleaned my desk and did some painting, and tonight I have the hobby bug again. Good man. It was good. Listen, all I've done is roughly slap some Rakarth flesh on 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 goblins. It felt good.
Good, man.
Good. Richard Clemmer says, I thought the last season of Mando was really good, actually. It's finally about Mandalorians. Andor was great. I haven't watched Ahsoka yet. Kind of want to finish Clone Wars first. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. Well, I'm not saying Mandalorian was terrible. I don't know. Maybe I think I just got my hopes up for it to be super cool. Yeah, I wasn't overly impressed. But it was all right to see, like, Mandalore and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I was watching an interview with someone. Who was it? I can't remember who it was, but he does one of the voice. Is it Freddie Prinze Jr.? He voice acts for someone out of the Clone Wars, the cartoon series. I think it might.
You were going to say
what?
Freddie Prinze Jr. to come up.
No, he does the voice. He does the voice. He might do the voice for Anakin or something. He does the voice for someone anyway in one of the cartoons. And someone was interviewing him, and they were asking him about how much. What are you saying? You?
The first time Freddie Prinze Jr. has ever been mentioned on the stream, I reckon.
Yeah.
Actually, show an episode.
Bookmark it, mate. Bookmark it. Yeah, and the interviewer asked him something about, does he get a lot of stick from diehard Star Wars fans? And he said something that I kind of thought, is that me? Because I've been really unimpressed with most of the new stuff that Disney have done. Really, there's been some cool bits, but generally, overall, I've not been overly impressed. And he was saying, these things are made for the younger generation. When you watched them, you were the younger generation, and they impressed your younger mind. Now you're older, and then you're complaining that it's not what you want. It's not for you. As he's speaking to the older fans, I kind of thought, yeah, makes sense. I suppose.
If I was interviewing Freddie Prinze Jr.,
I know what you're asking.
what I asking?
Oh, I know what you're asking. Mm-hmm.
What do you think I'd ask?
I've seen your posters, mate. Go on anyway.
Just about Buffy, just exclusively about being married to Buffy.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
And whenever he answered and tried to make it about his film, I'd just ask him something else about being married. It wouldn't have to be lewd. I'll just be like, is she nice? What's it like having dinner with Buffy?
There was a slight pause before you chose having dinner to be the thing.
Dinner. Having holidays with Buffy. It would be like Sarah and all that. Damien.
Yeah.
But it'd be worth it. However long it lasted, it'd be worth it.
Yeah. So, yeah. They're still together, aren't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Fair play to him. Fair play. Where was I up to? Is it more of a Wade, says Joe. I'm not sure what that is in reference to. I can't remember. Wade. Is it more of a Wade? What's that about? Frederick says, how deep is the dive? About as deep as a shallow river section marking the western border for a horse lord kingdom. Joe says, I'm not sure whether you're sharing or not is entirely your decision at this point, Steve. Whether you're sharing.
Sam.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I think we've gone past that. 2003, says Richard Clemmer. This is the content I came to see, says Matt Hudson. Mr. Adam Garnett's in. He says, evening all, how are we all? What about the Careless Whisper? I love Careless Whisper as well. You can't beat it. Hope you well, Adam. I see you doing very well. I actually seen you the other day. Oh, not the other day. It was probably about a month ago, actually, maybe longer. Adam at St George's. I think you were practicing some acting stuff in the small room in the church hall.
How's that?
Yeah, it's loads better, mate.
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Wonderful.
So I hope you're doing well, mate.
Buffy.
Oh, someone mentions Buffy and he starts taking the stream serious and puts his earphones in.
It's all about Buffy. Why is he not listening to us? I'll keep an eye on the chat at the bottom just in case someone says, no, it's too loud or something.
Sugar Puffs are no longer a thing either, says Sean. Is that real? Sugar
Puffs gone, are they?
That is terrible.
They're probably now like God, I've forgotten the word. What's
Well, didn't they change the name to Honey Puffs?
Oh, what's that?
Or is that like just a cheap
Sweetener Puffs?
Sweetener Puffs, yeah. Saccharin Puffs.
I remember being pissed off about Ricicles. I think that was on the stream.
Oh, Ricicles were the bomb.
Ricicles are gone.
They were the bomb. But they got rid of Ricicles and then kept Frosties. Yeah. It's the same stuff.
But when you go back and look at those things, it's like Frosted Shreddies, which I'm pretty sure they don't make anymore. It's like, these are just cereal covered in sugar.
But that's what you do at home anyway.
Yeah.
As a kid, you just cover them in sugar.
I can understand things being marketed to children covered in sugar, them stop it. But like fizzy drinks aren't marketed to kids.
Show me a kid that eats a shredded wheat raw with no sugar on it. No, with no sugar on it. Yeah. Imagine, it's terrible. I remember it's terrible, isn't it? I remember as a kid, I used to love Weetabix, but I would have a layer of sugar.
Yeah, I was just going to mention
right across the top of the Weetabix.
Yeah, I was going to say Weetabix for sure, and I'm still tempted. I normally don't, but every now and again, if I'm feeling a bit like sad or something, I'll just put a bit of sugar on it.
Yeah, just a bit.
16 now, and I'm crying about Pepsi.
Yeah, we're a funny breed, aren't we? Rory says, if you You just keep busy launching a new YouTube channel, so you can never shut you out of the shed. This is true. It's true. I started a YouTube channel for ages. James Wilson says to Sean, yes, they are. You can get them in Morrison's. There you go.
What was that? Sugar Puff still around?
Yeah. I think they might change the name now. Someone Google it. Martin says, I knew about cream eggs, but didn't know they stock Sugar Puffs. Is that true, Sean? We've just found out it is not, Matt. Calm down. Take your coat off. You don't need to go and check. The cream egg thing is strong. Why would they go to the trouble of having a different factory making a different kind of chocolate?
I don't know if he's right or wrong, but I had one of them not long ago because I don't really like cream eggs anyway. I think Charlotte wanted one, and I was like, I haven't had one of those in 10 years, and it didn't taste worse. It didn't taste like it wasn't Cadbury's to me.
Remco Keister is in. He says, "Evening, lads. How you doing, Remco?" Joe says, "How do you get a plot, Steve? Is it dead men's wellies?" Yeah. Imagine having to clean the shed out. Swords and Brushes says to Sean Clark, I had to Google it just to check. I swear I see them when I shop. Must be the Mandela effect, or I'm in some sort of weird multiverse. Serial multiverse, says Matt Hudson. Frederick has corrected something because he's put a star in front of his comment, which says, so far, not for far. So far, not for far.
It sounds like he wrote faux far and he's correcting it to me.
Oh.
I think.
And Super Clean clears up. G-Boot is the London GBHL 100% read by Curtis. Managed to have a cracking run and end up 5 for 1 super chuff. That's cool, mate. Well done.
Who was that? Stuart McLean?
Yeah. Nice work.
Was that Stuart McLean?
Yeah.
Good work, sir.
Yeah. Richard Clemmer says, I've been binging all the episodes back and reading my backlog of SBG whilst you've been gone. Good man.
Oh.
It's all good for the
That's nice.
algorithm. Got as far as episode 24. The nostalgia really hit me. I really miss my chance to win Freddo's. The thing is, they're too expensive.
What's he?
I think he must be talking about Palante.
Is he talking about the Palante? That's not us.
Yeah.
That's nice.
It's that second-rate show.
I watched a couple recently because in the not too distant future we'll be doing our There and Back Again, our Hobbit release. And I was going back looking at the kind of coverage of that, and I found some cool stuff to share with you in the next stream, excitingly. And I found some funny stuff that will be a private joke for me and Steve. But yeah, it was nice looking back in that. Simpler times.
Yeah, man. I was a hobby monster back in them days.
You were.
I was.
Oh God!
Half lemonade. Look at that.
That's a lot of lemonade
in my BSIME tankard.
You love to see it.
Yeah. They've kept sugar.
Yeah, Schweppes
full sugar. I was.
Schweppes wouldn't betray you like Pepsi.
I was at the shelf and there was the the slimline version, or whatever it's called, and I was like, no, I'll have all the sugar, please. I'm going to be eating cakes, chocolate, and crisps.
It's nice to have the choice, isn't it?
Yeah. Don't be healthy for me. Maybe I want a day off.
Exactly. You have the right to choose.
Yeah.
I'm going to go into one of these. Noppers. So this is Noppers. I don't think it is Noppers milk. That's just a kind of glass of milk. This is. We decided this in the K isn't silent, isn't it? He's confirmed it's Knoppers, isn't it?
It's Knoppers, yeah.
So then Knusprig Crispy. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Milk Haselnuss Schnitter. So I reckon that's milk, hazelnut, and some schnitter.
Schnitter. Which sounds delicious.
Look at that. That bad boy. It's pretty good.
What do you reckon the schnitter is, the white bit?
Probably the brown bit.
Well, that's the hazelnut bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Come on. Rich Clemmer says, my chance to win the right to buy a Freddo. Jawsman says, he voiced Canon Jarrus, that's it, in Rebels, and the first episode of Bad Batch. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. Don't watch Ahsoka unless you've seen all the other series. It doesn't really make any sense. Sadly, they haven't done a great job at explaining all the stuff to new viewers, says Frederick. I've not seen it, and I've been, don't know, I kind of filled in the gaps myself. Matt Hudson says, I was waiting for you to pop up with that, Joe. Richard Clemmer says, thanks, Frederick. I thought so. Got a little confused by Cad Bane. Right, okay. Now, me roller's not working again. And there's a big arrow saying there's more chat. I can't get to it.
You've been outwitted by.
Oh, hang on. I've just clicked the arrow and it's done it, but now I've got to go back up to where I
Who
was.
could have imagined you had to click on the arrow?
Yeah, but why is my roller not working? That's really annoying me. I mean, I've had this mouse. What are we in now? We're closing on 2024. I've had this mouse since pre-lockdown.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like a NAF Amazon Essentials. I think it's on its way out. So he's adopted Barry Stinson's Ewok line theory, says Joe. They're talking. These are all like the hardcore Star Wars
nerds.
Nerds. Caleb chatting Middle Earth says Sam. So as Brushy says, Frederick says, I'd agree. I smashed through Clone Wars and now love the Ahsoka series because otherwise I would have been like, who the heck is Ezra Bridger? Oh, did you? Awesome. Yeah, I'm rehearsing Sweeney Todd there at the minute, says Adam. I did, mate. I did. I didn't want to. You looked deep, so I didn't want to knock on the window and go, hey. But yeah, I seen you, mate.
Does he live near you then? Is that I don't really get that.
It doesn't live.
Like a local thing that
it doesn't.
You were at...
Yeah, well, do you know where it was? You know where the first scouring was?
Oh, yeah.
In that hall. Because my girls do brownies and girl guides there. Right. You're not supposed to bloody call it girl guides, though, are you, for some weird reason. But guides. Do brownies and guides there now. And the other little room, which was on the right, which I think, did we have food in there? Or did I... No, because they have the kitchen bit, didn't they? I think I just stored stuff in the other room. That's where they were doing the rehearsals. Where's it at, Adam Sweeney Todd? Is it at the Garrick? Let me know. My eldest daughter just went for a rehearsal last week for the Christmas pantomime. Yeah, just
she hasn't.
Oh yes, she has. Just sort of, she's only young, so it's the first time doing anything like this. She's took a real interest in drama, so she went for the rehearsals and she wants to get involved. So it's cool. It's cool. Radicals don't exist? ? Says Matt Hudson. The evening is taking a dire turn. I know.
Long gone, mate.
Adam says they kept Frosties because they're great. It's good. It's good.
That shouldn't be that funny. They're going to taste great. They're going to taste great.
That deserves a swig of weak lager. It's surprisingly refreshing, actually.
Beer flavoured lemonade, I think.
Someone should make that. Beer-and-aid. Beer-aid.
Get it on charred.
Matt says, actually, did they not ruin Radicals by starting to put those weird marshmallow things in? No, weren't they something else? There was something else, weren't they?
Lucky Charms, yeah.
No, they were to take. They were basically Lucky Charms, but Lucky Charms isn't Kellogg's, is it?
No, isn't it American? I think
it's an American thing, yeah. Does anyone else mix their cereal and have 2, sometimes 3 types in one bowl? No, we do not, mate, because
we're adults.
That's wrong.
I used to, but I was a child.
Freak me out. That would freak me.
Go for a box of Rice Krispies when you used to have those selection boxes.
No, it's wrong, that mate. But I mean, they're 2 rice. They're the same thing. I know he's talking about I don't know. Cornflakes, yeah, with Weetabix, or cornflakes with muesli on it or something.
Oh, muesli can.
What's your currently what's your cereal in the morning?
I'll tell you what my fancy cereal is. It's honey nut shredded wheat.
No, you're wrong.
But that is really expensive and comes in a small box.
Yeah.
Our default ones are we have Shreddies in for the girls and we have Weetabix in.
Yeah.
And so those are normally the cereals, and they have blueberry wheats. They're expensive as well. But
I'm honey nut as well, and I've noticed anything that's got honey nut at the beginning of it, the boxes are smaller. It really annoys me. The smaller boxes and the more expensive. I get the honey nut granola It's in a plastic, like a plasticky Ziploc type bag.
We've got Cheerios as well, but they're I don't know if you remember this on I think it was in the Patreon Facebook chat that whenever I post a dice out, I put them on a piece of card so it kind of holds it to it. And the perfect card for it, cereal boxes. So I cut up a box of this, and and Larry, I should have thought about this. I accidentally sent Larry the bit of the box with the barcode on it. So he obviously scanned it, worked out what it was.
Like you do.
Yeah, and he was like, "Oh, it's malt wheat hooplas or whatever they're called." And I was like, "Shaves." I was like, "Yeah, we don't buy Cheerios. Oh god, we're a malt wheat hoopies household." But they're for the girls, and the same with at the moment we've got malted Wheaties. I think they are like the Sainsbury's Shreddies, and they're all right.
Yeah.
Fruit and fiber's crap. Like Kellogg's fruit, you have to get if you want to get fruit and fiber, you have to get the real one. You have to get Kellogg's one. But the Shreddies are right, and like a big box, like a kilogram box, is about 150, and these honey nut shredded wheat 500-gram boxes like £3.
£3, £3.5. Yeah. Well, because I go to Aldi a lot, and sometimes I'll get their version of the like honey nut clusters, whatever it is, and they're all right. If you've been eating real Kellogg's honey nut products, and the first time you try the Aldi version, your first spoonful is like, oh, this is different. But then the next day, it's like, yeah, it's all right. And then you go back to honey nut, and you're like, oh, this is heaven.
Yeah,
this is heaven. But yeah, honey nut. It's got music. It's got granola in the title. It makes you think you're being healthy, but then you look at how much sugar and salt and stuff's in it, and it's pretty grim.
Don't let Pepsi get their hands on it.
I know. Joe says occasionally I'll have some Weetabix with my sugar. Malton says I've once put a tiny bit of sugar on frosted shreddies. Why? Richard Clemmer says I recently went back to big Weetabix from Minis, and I still put sugar on them. I think I would as well.
Yeah, I try not to, but occasionally I do.
Matt says with his about his comment, he once put a tiny bit of sugar on frosted shreddies. He says it was surprisingly too sweet. Yeah, but the honey puffs have reduced sugar. Ah, right, okay. So you still get sugar puffs, and honey puffs are reduced sugar. Fair dues. Sam Teenage Dirtbag says, I never get time for breakfast. The extra 10 minutes in bed is just too seductive for a pre-7 a.m. Sam. So cereal is a rare treat. I probably couldn't function unless I eat something in the morning. I mean, don't even get me started on people who don't have a cup of tea. How they get through a day, I don't know.
The truth is, I'd probably rather have toast than cereal most days.
Yeah, I love toast. I don't get it repeats on me a lot, especially when I'm rushing around in the morning. Toast. Mandela Effect Multiverse sounds like a weird new Marvel film, says Frederick. Matt Hudson says, I thought you meant they were phone. Does it still have to be they were phone? You mean fake? Does it still have to have the honey monster on it? He always seemed a bit creepy. The honey monster? I don't think he
seemed creepy.
No. I used to have a honey monster teddy. Saved up all the coupons. Remember you used to do that with cereal? Save the coupons and stuff. Remember?
Or get free stuff inside.
Yeah, don't you think like the stuff you used to get in cereal packets was cool, man?
Yeah.
It was better than Kinder Surprise stuff, I thought.
Weetabix, they used to do things on the back, like scenes on the back of stickers. They did a Jurassic Park one, still got them all. Scenes on the back from the film, cards on the side with stickers. Great. And then, I don't know, some fake child somewhere choked to death on one or something. And they said, we can't put those in cereal anymore. That's crazy. Life used to be better.
Yeah. My mum has still got in a little box, in another box of the box where she keeps all the old family photographs. She's got.
There lived a hobbit.
She's got. Do you remember? I can't remember what cereal it was. It was probably Rice Krispies or cornflakes. But do you remember when Disney's Black Cauldron, the cartoon, when that was released? Well, Kellogg's were giving away, and they're not painted or anything. They're just all like they're either all yellow, all red, all blue, all green. The different characters from the Black Cauldron. Yeah. And I collected all of them. That was like my favourite Disney film for ages. I look back at it now, it's a bit naff. But yeah, you used to get
You used to get Spokies as well, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. And do you remember everyone thought they was going to run in the Olympics with Steve Cram by eating Kellogg's Start? Do you remember those?
I don't remember having such lofty aspirations, but I remember the advertising.
Steve Cram. Rich Clammer says, you talk a lot about the Palanta in the early episodes of BSIME, hence the Freddos. Oh.
Yeah.
Frederick says, there and back again era was when I got back into the hobby. Steve, are you making Radler 50-50 lemonade beer? We just call it Shandy here, Frederick. Shandy.
Also, it sounds like someone's already made up your invented drink.
Or some people call it lager top, don't they?
They do.
Which is weird. And then he says, Radler ist kein alcohol, I believe. I have taught you this before. The K in Knoppers isn't silent.
We knew this. We've learned.
Yeah. Interested to see Steve pour beer into there with lemonade already in it. Yeah, because that's how, when you go to a pub, that's what they do. They put the lemonade in first and then whiz it around so it's flat, which I didn't do. Hence the head of the beer nearly spilling all over the place. Sam says, maybe the solution is to buy Pepsi and supplement the missing sugar like you do with cereal.
That's what my dad said.
Put some ricicles in it.
My dad said, could you just pour sugar in it? I don't think it'd be the same.
I'll have a Pepsi. I'll have a Pepsi with 2 sugars, please.
Bear in mind, I don't order a shandy much. I think they'd put the beer in first and top it up with lemonade from the tap.
Whenever I've seen them do it, they put the lemonade in and then they get this, like one of the little things that they use in cocktails, the stirrer things, and they swish it all up to get rid of the fizz, and then put the beer in. That's just how I've seen it. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I haven't got a clue. Matt says, yeah, Frederick, we just call it Shandy. Haskell's in, he says, went to see Extended Fellowship of the Ring on Friday. Oh, jealous. Our local cinema. Great to see it on the big screen. Much better setting than a large screen TV. It's on all over the place at the minute, isn't it?
It is, I think it's the 35th anniversary. I got to tell you, this is good.
Go on.
So, congrats, Michael. Very, very happy you got to see it. I am going to see the Extended Return of the King next Sunday. It's not on our, we've got Cineworld Unlimited, but it's not on at R1. It's on at near my folks. And I said to him, I was like, I've never seen the extended ones on the big screen. So I was like, I'd really like to go and see it, to be honest. It'd be really cool. And she was like, yeah, cool. Have the evening off or whatever. So I'm then going back. I found a couple of mates to go with from my my old schoolmates, whatever. We said we should go for curry first. We should go for dinner first. So beyond everything else, I'm going to go and have a curry, have about 3 beers, and then try and watch a 4.5 hour film. I haven't got a chance of making it through it. But so this means that I would, roughly speaking, need to leave here at about 3 p.m.
Yeah. And
then I found at our local Odeon, they're showing the Extended Fellowship at 11 in the morning. And I was like, that'd finish at about 3 p.m.
Just go straight.
And I was like, I was like kind of gearing up to sort of say, yeah, you reckon we have a whole day? Well, I haven't seen that one either. And tonight she came in at dinner and we were talking about me going to cinema. I was like, what's Dad going to see? And she was like, but we might go to cinema over the same weekend. And she looks up and Beauty and the Beast is on because they're doing this Disney 100 thing. And it's on at 10 a.m. at our local Cineworld, for which we've got unlimited. So then Em came in and went, Beauty and the Beast, your favourite Disney film? And I'm like, yeah. It's on at 10 a.m. on Sunday. Do you want to go with the family? And I was like, yes.
If I have to.
Yeah. Like, well, it saves me a few quid. It saves me a conversation. But the Extended Fellowship is also on at 11 on the Saturday. So watch this space.
Yeah, there you go.
But it's cool to get to see him.
Yeah.
All right, Lou.
Yeah, they're good.
Thanks, Frederick.
Talking about Frederick, he says, am I saying this right? Schnitter is from schnitt, meaning cut. Just a word for a slice of bread or similar. Actually, kind of weird how they use it for knoppers.
Well, it looks like a slice, this particular product.
Yeah.
So maybe that is it. Who was saying that?
Frederick.
Oh, I see. So I thought someone was kind of having a punt, but that's our German expert.
Mm.
Lovely. I've mentioned Articon a couple of times. I'm not sure if we'll have any sort of chance for a full review, but I had such a lovely chat with Team Germany.
Yeah.
At Articon, there's a whole group of them, like really, really lovely blokes, including Frederick, obviously, and just had a really nice chat on the, what's that, Saturday night in the bar, just hanging out, chatting to like international gamers around the world. It was lovely. Yeah.
Nice.
Cool.
I was away. It was a shame. I would, because last year I just popped down on the Saturday, which was nice to see everyone.
I remember.
But I was away. I was away on holiday. I can't remember when was the last time we streamed. Have we streamed since I come back on holiday?
No, it depends. No, because we had the streaming booked.
Yes, we did.
In between.
I went to Ireland for a week. Caught COVID. Come back, was ill for a week, and then went on holiday to Anglesey for a week. Oh, COVID.
Party.
There's
a lot of it about again.
Just when you think you're over it. My mate's got it now.
Loads of it came out of Articon as well.
Did it?
Yeah. Two of the Wanderers had it, but I think I dodged it.
Yeah.
I will say,
might be you spreading it.
I think I dodged it. I will say, because I don't think we'll have time. That Articon, mate, so good. I will say, like, congrats to James and to Sam and Nick, who were in, for being part of the team. It was so good again. So good to see everyone hanging out with. We had a full team of 9 Wanderers. We were joined by Chris Murfitt this year. I had an absolute blast. Had 6 incredible games. Loved it. Used the kind of BSIME Last Alliance stuff I've been painting up. And it was just so good. And if you're in any doubt, if you've never been to Articon, because it's a bit weird, it's a bit different. The comms are all a bit different and everything. And if you're not sure, I can't recommend it enough. It's such an amazing event. Like I said, getting to hang out in the bar with a bunch of guys from Germany.
Yeah.
And chat to them at length. You just don't get it at any other tournament, and it was really, really, really great. Really, really cool, and just loved it. So yeah.
It did look good. I was keeping up on Facebook. I'm a bit confused. I've just got a message come through on my phone from someone called Jia Hung.
Okay.
I'm going to read it.
Right. Okay.
Don't know who this person is.
This is exciting.
Hi there. Good start. You interested in joining the mastermind group?
Yeah.
I was wondering what time zone you live in and your availability. I'm thinking weekends or evenings would probably work best for most people. I need to put you down for the second mastermind group as the first one is all filled up, unless someone backs out.
I would definitely say yes.
Don't know who that is. How did he know about Is mastermind still a thing?
I would definitely...
Is that what they mean? Do they mean...
They definitely mean that. And
the show?
You, as a famous intellectual, is why they approached you. And I think you should open by giving them your mother's maiden name and your PIN code.
Bank account details.
Yeah. I think you should join the mastermind group.
I'll say my my subject of mastermindedry is Haribo.
You should ask her, is it not like where Thranduil used to live?
Yeah. I'll agree to come if you just ask me the one question.
What's your speciality? I'm on lank.
Yeah, that's strange. I will be ignoring that. Anyway, where were we? Chris from Swords and Brushes says, Steve, can you not just get another one from your mouse box? I do actually have other mouse eye somewhere. Wired ones that I just found. I actually do have one. I don't think it'll work on it because I've got one for my Mac. Won't work on a PC, that will it? Wireless mouse. Is it just normal Bluetooth?
It should do, yeah. Bluetooth.
I might try that after the stream.
Yeah, don't try it live. It won't be worth the embarrassment.
No.
You'd never live it down.
The mouse is old now.
He tried to connect that mouse and he couldn't. What a twat.
Jolesman says the mouse is old, naff, and cheap, so why isn't it working? Adam says Sweeney Todd will be at the Sale Waterside in the middle of October. Nice. I may pop along, Adam. I've been known to frequent every now and again. Jolesman says the Ewok line theory is from Himyum.
How I Met
Is
Your
that an
Mother.
acronym for something?
How I Met Your
You can
Mother.
tell how old someone is from their opinion of Ewoks. If you
It is How I Met Your Mother. I'm right, aren't I?
How I Met, it must be, yeah.
Have
If you were young,
I just nailed that
smashed
from
it, mate.
afar?
Smashed it.
I am pretty impressed with that, if that's right.
That's claim to fame, that, mate. There was this one time I was online with a load of nerds.
Steve Crow just said opinion at me, and I immediately... I've never watched How I Met Your Mother either.
I've never watched it. If you're young, then Return of the Jedi came out and you loved them. If you're old, you hate them. Why would you hate them?
Because you're angry that they're not as good as the ones that you watch when you're a child.
Oh. Max Mallis says, I mix muesli with cinnamon grahams banging. You're just wrong, you, mate. You also wrestle naked, so, you know. Mixing cereal is top tier, says Sam. What is wrong with you
That's Sam
people?
Page.
Yeah.
That's
Larry Miller says.
That's what I teach on a Disney cruise, though. I go, well, just get whatever cereal you want and put it all together.
Just mix it all together. Larry says, stream? Nonsense. There hasn't been a stream on this channel in 1,000 years. I see we're talking cereal rather than Theodred. Definitely come to the right place. I'd never put sugar on cereal.
You'd never put milk on cereal.
Yeah, but you'd probably eat cereal with a knife, Larry, to be honest. Chris says, what cereal do you think Theodred would eat? Be one that's full of holes. It's doing that thing again, mate, where it won't let me roll down, but there's an arrow. I don't know when I click the arrow. And I click the arrow, it's going to fly down. I can see one last comment from Joel's which says, we get through today by not being reliant on stimulants.
Come on, there's got to... No, come on, we can do better than this. There's got to be a good cereal. We must be able to make a good cereal.
And Micronaps, he says. What do you mean?
Rohan Graham's.
Oh.
There's got to be a... We've got to do something with that, surely.
Gold... no.
There's got... I mean, there's so many. There's got...
Making my brain work now, mate.
What they pay for.
Can't get there.
It's just not working, mate. My brain's
you guys
my brain's like this. My brain's going like
you guys
this.
aren't
I'm
under
out.
pressure,
I'm out, Steve.
Give us some crackings.
You've had half a shandy. I'm out.
Let's get some your best Theodred / Rohan cereal puns in the chat.
Larry Miller says I never have tea either, and I think he means in the morning. Which
no, he means he never has it. But
he must have tea.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't like hot drinks. No.
Oh, he doesn't. You can have cold tea though. I have cold tea all the time. I'm always that busy that I get a brew and don't start drinking it. So
you don't choose it though, do you? You don't.
No, I wouldn't choose. I wouldn't say give us a cold tea. No, obviously.
How do you like your tea? Cold. Right, get out of my house.
James Wilson says, moving on to toast, what is the best thing to put on it, and why is it Marmite? Well, butter. Yeah. You can't beat just butter. I don't dislike Marmite, James. I'd eat a slice of toast with Marmite on it, but I am particular when it comes to the amount of Marmite. I just like a scraping of Marmite. I don't want the yeast to actually burn a layer of skin off the inside of the mouth.
Yeast is a terrible word, isn't it?
Yeah, it's horrible because it just makes you think of something.
Yeah,
makes you think of something that you learn in PSE in school.
Yeah. What are you spreading on your toast there? Yeast extract.
Where did you get it from?
Someone's
pants. Larry says, when Force Awakens came out, I bought a box of cereal just to get the lightsaber spoon. Of course you did.
That's quite a cute story.
So, in answer to James's question about what's the best thing to have on toast, Larry says, nothing, James. Eat it dry and burn.
Not a joke. That's what you think.
Oh, Max Mallis has come out with a cracker. A memory from days gone by. Pogs in Walker's Crisps.
Pogs, yeah.
Yeah.
They weren't Pogs, were they? They were the Taz ones, right?
Tazos.
Yeah.
Tazos, yeah. Good old days. Josman says, it's been so long since the last stream, I can't remember. Did Damien and Steve always sound so much like grumpy old men? Things used to be much better. And James Wilson says, ironically, they stopped making Start. They did. Then they realised they can't advertise a cereal that's full of sugar to be to make you an athlete.
You used to be able to. You used to be all right.
No one used to check up. No one used to check up. You can say what you wanted. Oh, dear. Stephen Ryan says to Joe, BSIME, boomer streams in Middle Earth. Real pros pour beer and lemonade at the same time, says Frederick. That's just asking for an overflow, mate. That's just asking for trouble. That's like one of those school projects where people make the volcano, put the stuff in. Rich Slammer says, me too. I'm taking the missus to see it. She said, well, if it's in the cinema, I might actually watch it first in the cinema for me too.
That's cool.
Halsman says, can't go to watch Beauty and the Beast with the family. Say you're going to the toilet around 10:55 and then go and watch Fellowship instead.
It's a different cinema. It's a great idea.
Ryan Cuthbert says, what is this new devilry, a stream on a Sunday? Hope everyone is well. We've been known to stream on a Sunday before.
We used to exclusively.
Yeah.
It's actually quite old devilry.
Yeah. No one used to have anything to do on Monday mornings, that's why.
It's where we started.
Scott Newman says, can't wait until Thursday night going to see the Fellowship at the cinema for the first time ever. For the next 3 months, my local are doing the trilogy on a certain Sunday, so I've booked them.
That's very cool.
That's cool. Frederick says, half of Team Germany got COVID at Ardacon. Maybe they caught it off the other half. Hey,
Doesn't make sense.
Good happen.
Doesn't make sense. That would be all the team. You can't have that. It's very funny, but you can't have it.
They could just be carriers, though, don't we? Do you know what I mean? Half the team could be asymptomatic. Rory says, extended fellowship at the cinema last night was Ace 2 Towers next Saturday. Cannot wait. As if we didn't know already, the movies stand the test of time on the big screen for sure. They do.
I saw Fellowship in 2021 when the cinemas reopened. They didn't have a new film. I wouldn't say it, but it wasn't extended. And it looked amazing. I still thought it was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Larry says, don't give them your personal PIN number, Steve. Who? What's that to do with?
He means Sheng Li in The Legend of the Four Rings, or the guy who's just messaged you.
Oh, right.
But what he's done there is he said, don't give them your personal PIN number, because what grinds his gears, and rightly so, is that PIN number is personal identification number. So he said, don't give them your personal identification number.
Yeah.
You know when people say, what's your PIN number?
Yeah. Well, there's something else like that. What was it? That it irked me the other day. It was another thing where you say the last word again after the.
Yeah, it's quite common.
It'll come to me. Steve's specialist subject would be Amon Lang, says Joe. Mike Haskell says, when I was young, a wee while ago, Weetabix used to do 2D card cutouts of figures about 2 to 3 inches high in the packets. Doctor Who was the one I remember in particular. I remember you used to get transfers. You know, like you said about stickers. You used to get transfers. I remember a James Bond one for Octopussy. Remember when Octopussy came out? Don't smoke.
No, I don't think I do.
Grow up, Damien. Grow up.
I don't think I do remember when Octopussy came out.
I do.
I remember.
I don't think.
Oh, this is
actually,
beautiful.
I don't think it was when it came out. I think it was like.
I meant Spectre.
I think they did the different movies, and you got like a transfer sheet.
Right, yeah.
For each one.
I think Octopussy is the 70s.
Yeah, I was born in the 70s.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I don't remember it.
You're not that old.
I was born in the 70s.
Yeah, but you're late 70s, aren't you?
Just about, yeah.
Like, what was it, 2-year-old Steve Crow going, oh, Mum, Octopussy.
Let's see when it was out. I think it might. Was it? I don't think it was 70s. I think it was the 80s, Octopussy.
If it is, it's early, because Roger Moore's last one's View to a Kill's 85, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure View to a Kill's 85.
I just remember it was because he had the little car thing in it. 1983.
83, fair enough.
So I would have been 7.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, you're allowed to remember a Bond film coming out. Sorry, I didn't realise how old you were.
Screw you up, Ben.
Yeah, you've won that one.
Dickhead. Matt says, Larry, surely sugar on dry cereal is a step too far. And Matt says, good night all. I've really enjoyed the stream and look forward to catching up with the rest tomorrow. Great to have the stream back. It's good to be back, mate. It's good to have you in. Enjoy this on Monday. Josman says, because you like them if you see it when you're young, but if you're old, you don't buy into the murderous teddy bears. Ah, right, okay. Because Dragon says, I still kind of think it would have been good if there'd been Wookiees, but the little space bears have their charm. Mate, it's just done that bloody thing again. Get out of it. Why is it doing this? I don't think it's my mouse, you know. I think it might be me.
And?
Maybe I need to update the Streamlabs app thing. Because it's not doing it. It's fine on my browsers. My wheel works fine. Malton says, Larry wouldn't stoop to a knife. I assume he has some hybrid cutlery specialised for the task. Fourth Dr. Tom Baker, this was, says Michael Haskell. Yeah, I remember. I don't remember seeing him. Like, I never really watched Doctor Who anyway. But I think he's the one, through my childhood when I thought of Doctor Who, that's who I thought of.
What, Tom Baker?
Yeah.
Yeah, that probably fits.
Larry Miller says, why would the person that uses spoons for traditionally non-spoon tasks not use a spoon for a typically spoon task?
I don't know, Larry, why do you keep your shoes together with tape?
Richard Fitzgerald says, evening all. How you doing, Richard? Medicelled Maltese, I think that's supposed to say, from Sam, but he's put Mattel ties. Kellogg's Theodred Berries, says Joe Holzman. Golden Hall, says Adam G. It's good, it's good.
Golden Hall? That's just...
Gold.
I don't think that counts as a pun. It's just Theodred Wheat.
Theodredded Wheat, says Max Mallis.
Theodredded Wheat.
It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. This is the thing that it says dreaded in it, though.
Dreaded. You could do Theodreddies.
Theodredded.
Theodredded Wheat is good.
Joe says, I don't drink tea or coffee, don't like hot drinks, so never acquired the taste for them. It's weird. Mark Fry says, feeling too rough to continue watching. Good night all. Take care, Mark. Oh, it's a good one, Sam. It's a good one. Goblin Graham's.
Nothing to do with Theodred. I just know we have to stop that. It's got to be exclusively Theodred or Rohan. Stay on theme. There's got to be some rules to control the fun.
Jakey says, gonna throw it out there. Toast allowed to be cool and then buttered is the way forward. See, Jakey, I'm gonna half back you here because I go through phases where my toast needs to be buttered straight away as soon as it comes out of the toaster.
Yes.
And then I go through phases where I let the toast cool and I'll butter it so the butter doesn't melt, it stays thick on top.
My mum does that. She gets toast out of the toaster where you normally find it. And then she puts them into like a wigwam thing, 2 pieces, and then just fucks off for the day.
Yeah, she's better off leaving them flat because if she puts them together, they're keeping each other warm.
Not for as long as she leaves it. They don't.
Do you know what I mean? But I go through phases. I like both. Basically, I like toast.
Oh.
Long story short. And then Larry says, nah, hot, burnt and dry, the way nature intended. Matt says, I can't get into more Larry food abomination discourse. And Joe says to Larry, I think nature intended it to be eaten as wheat. Because Dragon says, just seeing that Fellowship Extended is on near me on Saturday, going to see it in my partner can be tempted. Just tell us she's watching Dirty Dancing or something.
Dirty Dancing is a good film.
It is a good film. Frederick says ATM machine. True. He also says,
does anyone actually say ATM machine though?
No, I don't think we do in the UK. We call it a cash machine.
Isn't it? It's cash machine.
But everywhere else seems to call it an ATM.
I just say, because even when I say ATM, like, I know it is an American thing, I don't think I'd say ATM machine.
You want an ATM? ATM? Frederick
wow.
also throws this out there. It's a bit dark. HIV virus.
Jesus.
Dublé says, people say pat test and it drives me... Yes. I Echolalia, says Joe. Echolalia? Echolalia. Is that what
Is
what
it
this
How
is
I Met Your
called?
Mother?
Is that what this is
Oh,
called?
maybe. Yeah, that's a good show.
Yeah, ATM. Because it is like an echo, I suppose, isn't it? Like ATM machine. Like yeah. Octopus. It was 1983.
Can we hear your echo
Made more
again?
sense in my
That
head.
was good.
It made more
Can you do
sense
your-
in my
Can you do your white ATM
It made-
with an echo again?
because my head
No, I like
said
it.
the
I just
M
wanna
as.
hear you say it.
I said it and I thought that sounds stupid.
But I like that you put the echo on it. ATM machine.
Machine. Machine.
Machine.
Nathan T. Off topic, but I remember a magazine that gave cutout figures for a game. Hey.
Never heard of it. Talking about magazines, do you know what I'm going to get?
What?
There is a new, talking of fortnightly partworks, there's a Dungeons and Dragons partwork.
Is that?
You've seen them, it's been advertised on TV. It's one of those, it's classic, it's our model, but except they've all gone up now. $1.99 for the first issue, $8.99 after that. I've got no interest in role playing. I've got no interest in Dungeons and Dragons. I think you get some fancy dice with it, and I think I'm just going to pick it up next time in town because for £2, it's a bit of a read.
Yeah.
And I'm sure anyone, it's obviously aimed at getting kids whose parents don't know any better into Dungeons and Dragons, which is cool.
Have you seen the Dungeons and Dragons movie yet?
Yeah, hang on, let me do a comment.
Okay.
But anyone who plays the game isn't going to get it, presumably, because it will be expensive. But I don't know, it's nice to see. And yeah, I thought I'd pick up the first one. I did. I watched it recently and I really liked it.
I was going to say, did you like it? Because I keep looking at it and thinking, should I watch it? And
It's
all
fun.
the trailers are a little bit silly.
But it is. It knows what it's doing. Unlike the last Dungeons and Dragons, the Jeremy Iron ones, which was just dross.
Yeah.
This is good and it's fun and it doesn't take itself too seriously.
Yeah.
Good.
Might give it a watch. I watched a new Indiana Jones the other week.
You like it?
No, I don't know.
Did you not?
I think it's that Star Wars thing where my memory of Indiana Jones, I was younger and I enjoyed it far more. I didn't think it was bad. I just didn't think. I don't
thought
know.
it was really good.
I was kind of just waiting for something to happen. That didn't.
I don't think, I'm not sure if we would have talked about it on screen, but me and Em went to see it and I was like going, I like India a lot, but I've seen Crystal Skull and I'm not expecting much from this. And I was really pleasantly surprised. And at the end of it, I said to her, I was like, I thought that was great. And she went, I did too.
I thought it was really good how the CGI to make him look young. I thought
it did look
amazing.
good. Yeah.
That was amazing. But yeah, I don't know. I think it was that thing where I was just waiting for it to blow me away, and it didn't.
I liked it.
I think I set the bar too high. But Crystal Skull was just a shocker.
A really good film if you think of it as National Treasure 3. A really, really good National Treasure 3. Indy 4.
Sam says, one thing that was a small irritation at work was people writing MLS instead of ML. Now I've learned to punch a wall instead, like a well-adjusted person. MLS.
I don't think he's talking about Major
Oh,
League Soccer.
do you mean milliliters?
I think he means Major League Soccer. He deals with it a lot.
Oh, does he?
Probably not.
No, I think he means milliliters. I wouldn't put the S either.
Why would you put an S on milliliters? That's psychotic.
Yeah, because unless you're saying put 1 milliliter, that's basically what you're saying is the only time you'd use ml then. Because
an S at the end of milliliters.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. You don't put it at, but the people that do, maybe it's because they go mils. They say say the word mils, or put 50 mils in that.
How'd you do an abbreviation? Oh, you just put the first letter of every word. And the last? No. But on this one, I'll put the last one as well. No, don't.
Just do it. Just change.
People write my initials as DOB. I put my initials as DOB. That's DO.
I quite like.
Why are you putting a B?
I quite like DOB though.
Yeah, but that's more as a nickname, not when you're writing it. Why are you doing that? I don't do that to you, Steve SCR. Why are you doing that? Just because it's capitalised.
Yeah. True that.
And also, the one of the rooms at work is the senior common room, and that's referred to as the SCR. So I can't call you SCR because if I did, I'd always get you confused with that room.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I want to go and have a rest inside SCR.
Many people have. Ian Whitehouse is now doing Make the Trade You In, and he's come up with a corker of a series of films that I used to watch in my younger days. He says, I watched Smokey and the Bandit this weekend. It was just as good as I remember. Smokey and the Bandit. I've not seen that for years. Nathan T says, are we all eating member berries tonight?
Remember, you remember.
Frederick says, cool butter is really nice.
That's a strange.
This is the toast thing, yeah. Because Dragon says, leaving toast flat brings forth the toast sweat. Can't have toast sweat. No, not if you put it on kitchen roll, my friend. I know the tricks. Sam Page. Raharios.
Rohario. Well, it's a Cheerios. That feels like a bit of a stretch.
It's a leap, that, Sam. You're eating too much chocolate there, lad. It's when you repeat the last word in the sentence you said. What you're talking about is actually the brilliantly named RAS syndrome. Nathan C says, I bought issue 1 of the D&D mag. It goes weekly for £8 a week. The dice are fine for issue 1.
That's crazy. £8? Is it weekly?
What do you get with it? Do you get like figures with it or something?
Happy ending, I think. You don't get, well, I don't know what else you get. You probably do get figures later on, don't you? But I mean, I haven't looked at it. I just saw the first one. I'm like, that's £2. I'll get that.
Johnny Roborbase Gaming is in. He says, evening, gents. That's a snazzy shirt, Damien.
Thank you. Is that Johnny? Is that Johnny?
Yeah. Oh, very cool. Redundant acronym syndrome, says Joe. D&D film felt like how I actually play the game, says Adam. And then Joe says, has Steve just created the Crystal Skull line?
Created the Crystal Skull line.
Crystal Skull line.
I'm going to say that he has.
Don't know. Adam says, not too serious, and things don't always go to plan, and plenty of puns. Nathan C says, Theodred flakes.
Dead? Do you eat dead flakes?
I'm trying to think of something that's not cornflakes that has flakes in the end. Bran flakes? Don't know.
Rohan flakes.
Larry says, someone said they should have made Dungeons & Dragons more authentic by having it stop halfway through. Then you have to try and work out a day all of the people in the cinema can meet up again to finish it. What are you talking about, Nathan? Theo shredded wheat. He's just saying words.
I don't think he's getting
it. Larry says, I finally saw Dial of Destiny 2 and loved it. Not as good as Raiders or Last Crusade, but better than The Temple and Crystal Skull.
Oh, better than Temple. That's a
that's
a bit of a shout.
Yeah. Joe says DOB ? Damien of birth. Larry says, did get annoyed at the lack of mountain fade it had at the end.
Yeah.
Start even.
Start. First one not to do it.
Max Malice, I watched the original Judge Dredd film the other night. Loved it. Which one's the original one? Is that Sylvester
Stallone? Stallone.
Yeah. Because the Dragon says, well, I have now been schooled in toast. There you go. Try it. Josman says, an Indiana Jones version of the Ewok line. And Rover-based Gaming.
Is that the long acronym?
Right.
Has he changed it to that How I Met Your Mother thing? So it's like he's changed it to be about Indiana Jones instead of Ewoks. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Johnny says, I dislike when people confuse acronyms with initialisms. For example, the hit pop band JLS is an initialism, not an acronym. Meanwhile, ABBA is an acronym.
Only an acronym if it's said.
There you go.
If you say it
every day's a school day.
It's an acronym if you say it as a word.
Yeah. Caught up on the chat, mate.
Caught up on the chat. You'll love to see it.
Right, I'm gonna do some painting.
Oh, okay. So we've got some fun Theodred based content.
Do they look like they a good colour blend to go from dark to light?
Not gonna lie, mate. It looks like 3 pots of the same paint.
Yeah, sweet.
But yeah, let's do.
Sweet, mate. Sweet.
I'm gonna finish off Theodred's hair, and I'm gonna start reading some stuff.
Yep.
Sound good?
Yeah, mate.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
I've not dry brushed in probably about 2 years, so this is going to be fun.
Don't forget how to do it. Very,
It's gonna
very softly across the room. Classic B-side.
Let's see how this turns out.
Have you ever Theodredded?
Painted a Theodred?
No, I mean used them.
No. You?
I don't know. I painted him years and years ago, which makes you think I must have taken him at some point. But I don't know. So why don't we we'll start catching up with everything, but try and start steering your conversations off topic and towards Theodred. Let us know your thoughts on Theodred. Obviously, he's got his own legion now, in Theodred's Guard. So
that's how good he is.
It's a competitive legion, so. But let us know your thoughts.
Shoot.
Shall we start with the magazine?
Yeah. I've forgotten how to hold a model while I'm painting.
That's a hold of what?
A model.
Model. Oh god, it's so tense. I'm following the Davis Cup. The doubles are in a final set tiebreak to decide who gets out of the group stage. That is crazy good. It is 2-1 Britain. Squeaky bum time. So yeah, let's get started. I'm gonna jump onto the old YouTube page and check I'm there.
On the YouTubes.
James Wilson, watched Master and Commander, The Far Side of the World. Really good film. Probably would have
Good
had
film.
more success if it hadn't come out the same year as Return of the King. Max Mallis writes Cornflakes Rohan. He's getting it. Larry Miller has loaded up his Pez dispensers. He thinks Temple of Doom is overrated. Ian Whitehouse thought Dahl had a sprinkling of the Indian magic, but one of the chase scenes was about 20 minutes too long. It's the one in the car going through the city, I reckon he's talking about. Num Shiba. Ian Whitehouse says Num Shiba to Larry Miller, Temple is ace. Johnny agrees that those 3 paints look like paints. Larry says, what happens if he calls ABBA ABBA? And in response to that, he says, you're probably referring to the first initial of each of the band members' names instead. Nathan, I've not dry brushed in 2 years. I'd imagine his brushes are very dry after 2 years. Joe Holzman, where was Gondor when the West fold Belogs cornflakes? Jesus Christ. Where was Gondor?
How big's that box got to be?
Where was Gondor when the Westfold Felogs cornflakes? Jesus, that's dreadful. Nathan says Bab. Nathan says Bab would have been more fun. The posting sure at Theodred had a blink and you missing part in the film. Unfortunately, York didn't blink. Well, and he agrees on Master and Commander. It should have been serious. So let's have a look at the magazine. So this is, of course, issue 65. And there's some fun stuff in this. Now, Steve, you've been actually quite good at having the magazine of late, but you haven't got it this time. This will all be fresh and new to you, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff.
I've got it. I've just not got it to hand.
Yeah. Move. Majin. It's lovely to be back with you, mate.
Yeah, it's good, man. No, it's good. This is good.
Painting?
Yeah.
I was quite enjoying painting. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah. You forget how therapeutic it is.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's kick off. We've got a corker. This is Theoden. Furious with his opponent. What have they done, do you think? That's a that is
then he's saying those wargs cannot move as much as Shadowfax. What are you measuring with?
Yeah, they have moved 14 inches. 2 turns ago.
How are you at the centre of the board collecting the prize on turn 1?
It's recon. 2 turns ago, they were 22 inches away. They cannot possibly be off the board this turn. Oh no, France are up 4-2. So, what I thought was quite cool in this, there's a surprising amount about Theodred. Theodred, is he even in the theatrical one? I think it's so hard. Is there a one?
Oh, it's been that long since I watched.
Is there one scene? I don't think the scene with Eowyn and Eomer at Theodred's bedside is there. But is the scene? I think maybe the scene with Grima and Eowyn at his bedside. Oh, must have died sometime in the night. Might be in it. But other than that, Aemma finds him pretty much dead. He goes, he's alive, and then he goes back to Edoras and he dies. Right? It's not great, and then he gets a funeral. As Theoden's son and second Marshal of the Riddermark, Theodred was oath-sworn to protect Rohan from the dangers that threatened it when his father became ill. It was this zeal that led him into Saruman's trap, sealing his fate. And they include the cracking Theodred, quote, no parent should bury their child. That's actually wrong, isn't it? No parent should have to bury their child, I'm sure it is. And then what I found quite interesting was that you actually learn a bit about Theodred. So imagine you've just seen the films. I know most of us here are a bit more nerd than that. But there's a bit of fun flavour to this. Although young, Theodred quickly learned the martial skills of the Rohirrim as befitting his rank as second Marshal of the Mark. Proud of his father and the country of Rohan, he grew suspicious of Isengard, which bordered his protectorate. Mustering the garrison of Helm's Deep, he rode out to investigate reports of orcs near the River Isen. There, Saruman's treachery was finally revealed. A trap was sprung, and a massive force of orcs and Uruk-hai surrounded the Rohirrim, cutting off Theodred's retreat. Taking to a small island amid the fords of the river, they made their last stand. Despite the valiant defence, the weight of numbers proved too much, and they were slaughtered to a man, Theodred himself being cut down by one of Saruman's brutal Uruk-hai. With the death of Theodred and the destruction of the Helm's Deep garrison, the first blow in Saruman's war in Rohan had been struck. So that's the kind of 4-4. That's what we want. That's the kind of fluff. I think that's movie fluff. I think that's kind of what they've said for the movie, more than my understanding of the books. But we'll see. So on we go, and we get some cool rules about battlefield effects. So I'm not sure there's too much connection here to the Fords of Isen or whatever, but adverse weather conditions and hostile environments can have a dramatic effect on the outcome of any battle. Here we present how to represent the effects of weather and treacherous battlefield conditions in your games. There's the mega cool photo of Helm's Deep from one of the supplements. I think that might have been in Siege of Gondor, where they've put all the little lights in, the little Photoshop lights and all the rain on it. It's kind of fun. And it sort of says, so, the night fighting and the rain rules would be good for Helm's Deep, for example. So I'm going to run through a few of these because there's good stuff in here, but I don't think it's in the game anyway. So firstly, they've got the idea of time of day being a difference, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes a battle will take place in the middle of the night or in caverns deep beneath Middle Earth. When using night fighting rules, roll a dice if a model wishes to move into combat or fire a missile weapon. On a 1, 2, or 3, the warrior has lost sight of his target in the gloom and cannot move or shoot until next turn. On a 4, 5, or 6, they spot the enemy and may charge or shoot the target as normal, which is quite cool. And bear in mind, this is sort of 2005-ish. Gollum, the Balrog, Sauron, Moria goblins, and the Ringwraiths are all unaffected by these rules, as they can function as well in the darkness is light. That's quite fun. And there's a cool little rule here of like Legolas, bless him, can't see the Ringwraith to shoot him, because the Ringwraith isn't affected by the rules. He then can see Legolas. They also then have this kind of fun, so you can either play at day or you can play at night with those rules, or you can play at dawn and twilight, right? The way this works is forces will occasionally find themselves fighting at dawn or dusk, where the rising or setting sun can add urgency to their efforts. To represent a dawn battle, roll a single dice and add 3 to the result. This will be the number of game turns that use the night fighting rules, after which the sun will have risen, and the remainder is played in daytime. Twilight uses the same rules as Dawn, but reverse, where the number of turns rolled at the start of the game count as daylight, and then the rest of the battle uses the night fighting rules. That's quite fun.
I like it.
Kind of cool. So you could, just play at night if you wanted to. Oh, 5-5, come on. You can play at night if you wanted to, or you can change it throughout the day. They then got some rules for weather conditions. So we've got rain. So rain reduces the range of missile weapons by 6 inches. Because they're saying wetting bowstrings, so it would affect your impact. Throwing weapons are not affected, nor are siege engines. And this is cool. Water terrain, such as rivers, ponds, and lakes that count as difficult terrain, now require a swim test across, as detailed in Pack 50. In addition, any terrain that already requires a swim test becomes even more treacherous, and swimmers must reduce the number rolled on their swim test by 1. So you're getting kind of flooded rivers, which are quite cool. You then get torrential rain. All missile weapons and siege engines have their ranges halved. Throwing weapons not affected. All models have their movement reduced by 1 due to dangerous footing on muddy ground and slippery rocks. And water terrain such as rivers, ponds, and lakes become impassable. Fords and other paths across water, with the exception of bridges, require a swim test. This is kind of fun.
Yeah.
We then get mist and fog. Mist and fog obscure friends and foes alike and bring an eerie atmosphere to the battlefield. Mist and fog influence the game rules as follows. Models' line of sight is restricted to 8 inches. This means at the start of a model's movement, you cannot charge, shoot, or use magic against targets beyond this distance. That's quite cool.
Yeah.
Kind of like, it reminds me a bit of whatever that scenario is called, Ill Met by Moonlight, where you kind of, I'm not sure quite how well it works. When you're playing that, do you ever actually feel like you're playing at night as opposed to just having reduced range? But it's a nice idea. And then this one's quite fun. Warriors who become lost or isolated in fog can lose their nerve. Must pass a courage test if at the start of movement there's no friendly models in sight. Now remember, that's a maximum of 8 inches.
Mm.
I'm a bit worried that it's my TV saying 6-all and my phone's just buzzed with a BBC Sport notification. So yeah, you could have, if you've got no friendly models within 8 inches, you have to take a courage test, and if you fail, you have to travel your full movement towards the nearest friendly model. That's quite cool.
Yeah, that's interesting.
We then get snow and ice. All models have their movement reduced by 1 inch due to deep snow and icy ground. Water features such as rivers, ponds, and lakes become covered in ice and are treated as open ground. Roll a dice for each model crossing the frozen waterway. On the roll of 1, they fall through the ice and are removed as a casualty. Kind of cool.
Harsh.
We then get high winds. Billowing gales and blustery winds can force flying creatures to the ground and send arrows spinning off target. Archers especially suffer in high winds, and even the most skilled bowman can miss his mark in these conditions. Flying creatures halve their movement, reflecting the difficulty of flying in turbulent conditions. And any warriors using missile weapons must reduce their dice rolls by 1 when rolling to hit their target. In addition, models may not use volley fire rules. Shame. Throwing weapons are not affected by how. I think whoever wrote this really, really loves throwing weapons. 7-6 Britain, come on. And we get the great quote, "We must get off the mountain," from Boromir, which is quite good because he's covered in snow and wind. And then you get a lightning storm. This is cool.
Worst kind.
The worst kind of storm.
Mm.
At the start of each turn, roll a dice. On the result of a 1, there's been a lightning strike. The model that is closest to the tallest terrain feature is struck by lightning and suffers a single strength 8 hit. If there's no terrain at all, not a rock on the board, the model closest to the center of the table is hit instead. So there we go. Oh, they've only gone and couldn't won. Oh, what a night. BSIME's back. GB are into the quarters. Wonderful. I'm actually, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit record on this so I can watch it later. Oh, it's on iPlayer. You can't. Right.
You know what you could do?
Stop streaming and just watch the tennis.
You could record it on Streamlabs.
Just stop streaming so I can go and I'm not even going to dignify that one answer. We also have a weather table to determine the weather conditions. Roll 2 dice and add the results together, and then you get. I'm quite sad because lightning storm's only a double 1, whereas I think lightning storm's possibly the most fun of all of them. Then you get mist and fog. Fair weather has no effects. This is like the old. Do you remember when we went through Desolation of Smaug sourcebook? And it was like all these cool rules for woods in Mirkwood, and it's like how do you take effect? Well, when one model is in a wood, roll 20 dice, and if you roll 26s, it's one of these woods. I was like, oh, that's not going to come up. So yeah, 5 to 7 just has no effects. Quite like this. 8 to 9, rain. Roll again. On a 1, 2, or 3, the rain is torrential. On a 4, 5, or 6, it isn't. So yeah, it's kind of fun. But equally, you could, they very specifically say earlier, you could roll on the table, or you could just choose, which would be cool. Yeah. Do you fancy using any of them?
I think it'd add a nice little sort of dynamic to games.
I'm inclined to agree. I quite like them, particularly if you had lots of water features, and having if you had like lots of big rivers and stuff, And as much as it's not particularly, the weather's not bad against the Fords of Eisen, it's the Fords of Eisen theme for the issue, right? So that it's a theme about a river. The idea that you could play one game where the river's flooded and another game where the river's frozen is quite cool. It's actually a really nice theme to this issue, as we'll get onto later. But there's more, Stephen. Unusual weather.
Unusual weather.
I know.
What's more
Except
unusual?
for a lightning storm wasn't unusual. Some battlefield effects are unusual or extreme. That's like us. And are reserved for games set in particular locations, or when players wish to add even more variety to the games. Heat and sandstorms. So we're looking at Harad here. Due to the blistering heat, warriors find themselves fatigued and lethargic, again, like us. Especially those in bulky clothing or armor. Any troops wearing heavy armor must reduce their movement rate by 1. That's quite fun. Sandstorms are a constant danger in deserts and can appear and subside with little warning. Roll a dice at the start of each game. On a roll of 1, 2, or 3, the weather is clear, whereas on a 4, 5, or 6, a violent sandstorm has descended on the battlefield, lasting for a single turn. Sandstorms combine the effects of mist and fog and high winds. Continue to roll each turn to determine whether the battlefield is affected by a sandstorm. See, I quite like that. I like the idea that rather than just rolling a 1 at the start of the game and you get something, you change it. It's as changeable as the weather. Earthquakes,
of course,
in regions that contain excessive volcanic and seismic activity. Tom would be all over this. Earthquakes can occur without warning. At the start of each turn, roll a dice to determine whether an earthquake occurs. On a result of 1, every model on the board has to make a courage test as the ground begins to shake violently. If they pass, they're unaffected. If they fail, they cannot move or fire a missile weapon that turn.
It's grim. You keep going.
Yeah.
I just need a toilet break, so I'll be back.
Lovely.
But you just keep going.
I will. I'll do my best. That feels a bit weird to me. Taking a courage test to avoid an earthquake. Feels like it should be like a strength test or something. A poisonous gas. Would you believe it? Springing up from cracks in the ground, gas can overwhelm an unwary warrior in seconds. After priority has been determined, roll a dice. As a result of a 1, the player who has priority that turn selects a model as the target of the gas. This model and any other models within 6 inches suffer a strength-free hit. That's cool. So you got a 50-50 chance, whoever's got with priority, and then you roll of rolling a 1, so 1 in 6 chance, and then getting a kind of 6-inch strength 3 bubble. It's kind of fun. There's an eclipse. It's a rare event where the moon blocks out the sun, apparently, plunging the land into total darkness. Before the game begins, roll a single dice and add 3 to the result. This is the number of turns of daylight before the eclipse occurs. When the eclipse starts, roll another dice and add 3 to the result, representing the number of turns of the eclipse, which will count as a night fight. After this, it will return to daytime for the rest of the battle. So it's not special rules, it's just kind of a intermittent change between night and day rules, which is fun. And then Lands of Middle-earth. This is the final bit of this section. It just gives you some suggestions for where you might use these rules. So Caradhras, high winds, snow, ice, mist, and fog. Mordor, poisonous gas and earthquakes. Harad, the heat and sandstorms rules will always apply during games set in these arid wastes. Moria, any battles fought underground, such as in the depths of Moria, are fought in darkness. This can be represented with the night fighting rules. And then some nice pictures. And some of I don't know how many of these are specific. I feel like I've seen this Moria one before. We've got a nice picture of Moria. Is that showing up? And then they got this kind of cool fighting on Caradhras. Fighting against Uruk scouts on Caradhras, which I don't really recognise, if I'm honest. Pretty fun. And then the unusual effects. In a competitive game, you may wish to randomly determine unusual battlefield effects. Do this, roll dice, and it's 1 is an eclipse, 2 to 3 heat and sandstorms, 4 to 5 poison gas, and 6 earthquakes. So those are the weather rules, which I think are kind of cool. Let us know. Have you ever seen any of them? Have you seen any of them used? So I've got 2, 4, 6 pages. And what I might do is jump in the chat just to see if anyone's. I think we've got lots of different bits to chat about. So we'll just see if anyone's saying anything about that. Nathan says, great to see Theodred made the front cover on his own magazine. Indeed. I guess putting a corpse on the front was a step too far. Michael Askell, not sure I'll be able to stay around for much longer. Been great to have the stream back again. Just cheers, Michael. Great to have you in as ever. Frederick Short's classic BSIME, putting the wrong character on the cover. Is there an Aragorn or Aemma quote on page 1? It would be very BSIME. It was a Theoden quote. Nathan says theatrical. I think Aemma rides in with Theodred on his horse. He basically does. I think he does ride in. Yeah, I think you're right. Michael Dublé. I mean, Master and Commander was 3 books mashed together by Patrick O'Brien. I think there's about 20 odd books in the series. Frederick Schultz says pretty sure there's a half-dead Theodred in the film, but it makes way more sense in the extended editions. Joe says Derry used a lot of these rules in the event he ran earlier. Oh, that's cool. It was generally well received. Jamie Wiggins hated it. Nathan T just load it up on iPlayer. Yes, I can do that. Richard Glamour says I'd use the snow and ice one on applicable boards. That's cool. I think the idea is they're scared to move. Oh, the earthquakes. I suppose so. Joe Holdsman, I think the courage test is more the earthquake isn't powerful enough to hurt your models, but it's scary, so they might run. And Josh Crosby says, poison gas, finally I can combine my SBG collection with my Death Core of Krieg. So, moving on, we get to the Fords of Eisen scenario. The land is beset on all sides by orcs under the command of the Tower of Orthanc. In this packed battle game, Saruman has sent us force to assassinate Theodred, the son of King Theoden, in order to further weaken Rohan's ability to resist. And we get quite a cool picture across a ford that you have previously built of Theodred riding. There you got Aemma in the back. We're going to have a slightly different version, more like the films here. Is there some more fluff? Vastly outnumbered, the only hope for Theodred is reinforcements in the form of Aemma's riders will arrive before his forces are overrun. But yeah, I guess we're going down the film route here where we don't have Elfhelm, we don't have Grimbold at the Fords of Eisen. So the combatants are Theodred, the Rohan Royal Guard banner bearer, 6 riders of Rohan and 8 warriors of Rohan. Evil players got an Uruk captain, an Orc captain, 4 Uruks with bows, 4 wild riders, and 12 Orc warriors. We get our profile for Theodred, which I don't think we've had before. I'll go through this. I'm not going to talk about it now because we will do a profile review. The gaming area is a 4x4 inch board with a river running from one edge to the other, so it divides the board into 2. It contains a ford, wouldn't you know it? I think the river might be the Eisen. And Theodred, the Royal Guard banner bearer, and the warriors on foot begin the game anywhere within 6 inches of the ford. So that is 8 warriors of Rohan. So Theodred, 1 Royal Guard, and 8 warriors of Rohan on the ford. Evil player can set up his troops anywhere within 6 inches of either board edge. And then the riders come on later. So you can see the deployment there. You've got Theodred with 9 dudes in the middle. And then, what was the total? 12 Orc warriors, 4 Uruk Y. So it's 16 orcs, 2 captains, and 4 wild riders. So they're kind of outnumbered 3 to 1, really. Deploying the red areas. The reinforcements. It's one of those classic things that will be tricky to balance. At the start of every turn after the first, roll a dice and consult the reinforcements table. If you score high enough, Aemma and his riders appear. So turn 2, it's a 6. Turn 3, it's a 5. Turn 4, it's a 4. So realistically, you should be getting them on maybe by turn 4. So they've got kind of 4 turns to hold out before the cavalry arrive. Even then, how many does he get? It's Aemma and 6 riders of Rohan. So it's not a huge kind of reinforcement group. Despite being severely outnumbered, Theodred and his Rohirrim know the strategic importance of the fords. If Theodred falls about... Hello.
I'm going to listen to your voice and try these bad boys out.
Quite. His followers will not allow his body to fall in the hands of Saruman's foul minions. For these reasons, every model in the good player's force will automatically pass any courage test they're required to take, whatever the reason. So I think that's just being broken. Not wild guys. They're not going to cause. Nothing causes terror. So I think it just means that if the of course, in these days the broken rules would have just been like moving away. But it just means that none of the models are going to kind of try and leg it. To represent the rain falling on the day of the Battle of the Fords of Eisen, apply the rain weather rules to this game. All details of the option weather rules can be found in the game. So the rain was missile weapons find their range reduced by 6 inches, and you need a swim test to cross the Eisen, which is kind of cool. Winning the game. If Theodred and Aemma are alive when all the evil forces are slain, or when they're both alive, when the evil are wiped out, the good wins. If Theodred is killed, the evil player wins. Any other result is a draw. Are you ready? Big section. Alternative approaches. Different weather. While in the Two Towers film, it was raining when this battle took place. There's nothing to stop you trying out different weather conditions. Varying the weather can have significant effects on how a game plays out, forcing each side to use new tactics. Over the page, we've done just this, looking at how snow would affect the battle. And I think this is mega. Ta-da! They then give you the same scenario, like covered in snow, and then basically have a bunch of, just tactic options about how that game will play out differently now that you've got the snow rules in play, which I think is pretty cool. So yeah, so I don't know. Let us know in the comments what you think about that one. Unless AMA turns up early, obviously AMA could turn up on turn 2 if you're on 6 or turn 3 if you're on 5, but I think Theodred's going to struggle there, which is of course the point. But who knows? I love this as well. This is one of my favourite long-running things. You got this double-page spread, right? It's about how snow would affect the Battle of the Fords of Isen, and then down here we got one of our favourite next pack, and it says in the next pack about Games of Middle Earth, we'll be looking at multiplayer campaigns, how they work, and how you can run your own campaign with a group of friends. In the battle game, we'll be representing the first instalment of a 3-part campaign report, following the fortunes of 4 gamers as they battle for control of Middle Earth. It's got nothing to do with it. It's got nothing at all to do with it. But like, do you know what? You know what? We've never talked about this. I do wonder if maybe, we've always said these are like space fillers, right? They ran out of content and they had to put something. I wonder if maybe there is a kind of, not a contractual obligation, but the kind of idea you have to get people to keep buying it. So, write in something as well as the back cover. Write in something about how exciting the next issue will be,
Yeah.
Could be. So then we get a Theodred painting guide. What I love about this, we've always said how great the reference images are in these things for painting. Every one of them, he's dead. Like they don't even have a photo. They don't have a stock photo of him upright, testing out his costume. It's just 2 dead photos of him. Well, to be fair, this is actually very, very helpful for his armor.
Yeah.
It's very, very good. So yeah, it's just it's the standard painting guide. We had eyes not long ago with the Golem issue. It's classic Rohan armor, and I was like, I don't really care about my Theodred, but I thought I'd give it a go for this. So he's got the metal at the back is gold.
Yeah.
And then he's got green leather on top.
Yeah.
With a red trim, and you can actually see it quite nicely in that picture. He's got the metal gold with green leather and then little red trim around it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They paint it brilliantly. And they're like, look, paint it gold.
Yeah.
Inside. Then paint green over the top.
Mm-hmm.
And then paint red around the edges.
Yeah.
Can you see that in that picture? The nice recessed gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks great, doesn't it? I can't see it. I'm not kidding. Like this recessed gold, it's just a shading line. I was like, I'll try that. There's no way I could paint that. There's no way I could paint gold into that. And so I painted it metal, shaded it with Seraphim sepia so it tints it gold, and then painted the green on top.
Yeah.
But there's no way I'll ever be able to paint that gold back in if I make a mistake.
Is you're painting the foot model, or have you got the?
Yeah.
Is it more prominent? And
I don't know. Possibly. Let's say yes. Must be. But I doubt it. Right?
And I know the answer to it because I've asked it before and I've looked myself, but I can't remember for the life of me, and I've not got Theodred model to hand. Is his armour design the same as Aemer's? Is it the same? Not in the book, not in the movies. Have they sculpted it the same on the model? Is it the same?
I see what you mean. Yeah, because the movie's definitely different.
Yeah.
What is it exactly the same? You mean?
Yeah.
I haven't got an AM in it. I mean, it's close. Maybe is that something you've noticed in the past or something?
No. I just wanted to know, because a lot of people are using The new AMA.
Yeah, sure, with the non-bearded head.
Mm.
Might be. But yeah, it's a decent painting guide. It's quite fun painting something different, like gold plate with green leather with red trim.
Yeah.
And that's deliberately why I did want to go down there. And I've been giving it a go. I don't think models are showing up particularly well colours, but you can see I've started painting in the red trim. And then you end up with their version of it's pretty cool, I think.
Mm.
I will say, because he's bound to be writing comments about it, it's worth going and having a look. You can do this now. Have a look at Theodred on the Games Workshop web store. We're going to do this live, so I'm not just theory hammering this. Because Larry Miller is a particular fan of this one. Because he is on sale now, right?
Yeah.
And it's... Where are you gone? Oh, he leant out of the shot, and you just had a black shoulder that looked like you're gone. And if I search for Theodred... He says, yeah. Larry always thinks it's funny that... Have you got it? You've got it up.
What am I looking at? The colours?
Theodred on the GW website, and you buy him for a mounted. That they made absolutely no... The two models are clearly painted by completely different people years apart, and they've made no attempt whatsoever to make it look like the same guy. Like, so one of them's blonde, one of them's got dark brown hair, one of them's got green armor, one of them's got grey armor. Like, one of them's got gold chainmail, one of them's got silver chainmail. I don't know, it's a bugbear of Larry's, but it is quite funny. And I think, do you know what? Actually, that mounted one is this one. I don't think I've ever noticed that before in a GW. That's the BSIME model.
Is it?
Yeah, or Battle Games model. That is the mounted one. Is the one that we've got here in this guide.
Mm.
And then obviously whenever that because that he was out for ages. Look at that. Are you looking at him?
Yeah.
Look at the foot face there. He looks much better. But that is a weird face, right?
Yeah.
But I did a bit of asking.
They've like over exaggerated a lot of the features, haven't they?
I asked the patrons because I did some digging. If you remember, this model, this Theodred model, the mounted one, was exclusive to Battle Games Middle Earth. There was a couple of these that came out. It was exclusive to Battle Games for about a year. So he came out in this first, and it's hard to tell because we don't know quite when this out, but we reckon this came out around July 2005, and Theodred was released to buy in August 2006. So it was only available in here for a year. And then I think the foot version, I'm not even sure if that came out in... Someone will tell me. I'm not sure if that came out in 2006 or if that came out even later.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why a lot of people have got the mounted version not got. But yeah, there we go. Cool painting project. And then a section that I think you might like and you might well have some input on to nicely round off the issue. We get winter terrain.
Nice.
So this basically then talks about how to convert your existing terrain to be winter themed and to make exclusively wintry one. So there's a bit of opening fluff there just about how to do it. There's quite a nice idea for rivers. Tells you to buy this stuff, acetate, like clear plastic. And then you basically draw the shape of your existing river pieces onto the acetate. And then you paint the underside by mixing together Commando Khaki Skull White, then mix in silver and PVA glue and water the mixture down. Then use the scrunched up tissue to dab the paint onto the underside of your acetate, which creates a finish that appears blotchy and more realistic. Having covered the underside, leave it to dry. Don't scratch any of it off. Once dry, it can be placed on the river. And then you get this thing. So that's like a free floating. You see the piece here?
Yeah.
Like just a free floating bit that you put on top. It's quite good, isn't
Yeah.
You're obviously a bit of a terrain monster.
Have
you done ice? Have you done icy stuff?
Yeah, I've not done it that way though.
Did you do it? What did you do? A lake town?
Yeah, I've used it quite a bit. I had it's like basically what I did was I poured clear resin and then put white ink in it and swirled it around with a toothpick. That's how I did mine. It's all right.
To be what though? To be
like
to then pour it on stuff or to?
Well, I stuck it on the lake town board.
I'm just trying to picture what you're doing now. If you got a flat base already.
So I poured, yeah. So basically, I poured. How did I do it? I think I had like a silicon baking sheet.
Mm-hmm.
Poured resin on it. When the resin set, it doesn't stick to the silicon.
Yeah.
So
then you've just got like a tray bake of ice.
Yeah. So then you've got this clip, but before it's set, you drop white ink in it, and then just like swirl it around,
and then break it,
and then smash it up, with a hammer. So it's like ice bits, and then I think some of them I might have put then snow on it as well. Some of them, but the snow was always an interesting one because you can buy products that look like snow, but they're expensive. And I can't remember how I did it. I think it was. I've got a feeling I used like bicarbonate of soda and PVA, which works great, but it yellows after time because of the PVA. So you have to put white ink or white paint, mix that in it as well so it stays white. There's a lot of trial and error.
Yeah,
I did loads of it and it ended up yellow after like 6 months.
My I can't remember the name of the bloody stuff. I could have told you in my sleep about a year ago. You know my Isengard dam. You gave me that stuff, the clear adhesive.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
I used it on the fire end.
Yeah,
it does. I quite liked it. So I used it on the fire end to make the fire, and you went yellow and you went orange. It was brilliant. And then I used it to be water bursting out the dam.
Yeah,
it's gone yellow.
Has it?
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, it's fine now because I've already photographed it. It looked so good and so clear. And now but it also looks like maybe the water's festered behind the dam for a while. It looks a bit grim. But yeah, it's the same sort of thing.
See, I've not seen it since probably for about 4 or 5 months. I'd used that exact method on one of my Hobbiton boards. You know, the one that's I call it the Road to Hobbiton. Or it's a pretty open board and it's got a little sign on it saying Hobbiton this way, and it's
just a road.
And it is just a road.
I call it the Road to Hobbiton.
It does have some hobbit holes in it, and then it's got like the washing line that everyone found hilarious because it's got socks on it, and hobbits don't wear socks. But there's a little tiny waterfall on that, which I use the same stuff, and I don't think that's gone yellow on there. So maybe it's different batches.
Yeah, sure. Talking about snow, you get there frost and snow. The most noticeable effects of winter are frost and snow. These effects can temporarily add to your existing terrain piece with little effort. The best material to use for this is modelling snow powder, which is available from most hobby stores. While there are other household items such as baking powder and caster sugar that can be used to represent snow, these can also have undesirable effects on your models and may be difficult to remove afterwards, and so are not generally recommended. Adding snow. it's everything you expect it to be. Adding snow powder to your terrain simply involves sprinkling it into place. To get the best coverage, it should be done gradually, paying particular attention to parts where it would naturally collect, such as the branches of trees or on rooftops. When adding snow to your boards, you don't need to cover everything to create a winter effect. A moderate selection of your terrain should be sufficient. It's just this guy chucking snow on his scenery and instantly regretting it.
Just spent a month building a piece of terrain and painting it.
I love that we laugh at this because we love it so much, but they put a paragraph like you can buy snow powder, right? And you've got terrain. Yeah. What's in between? Chuck it on it. But they have to write the best way to do it is just to chuck it on it. But we did it. Rick Fryer's Dale board, yeah. So issue 5 SBG, we photographed all the lake towns and all that. And then we did our advent calendar issue. Yeah, which was it obviously set for Christmas, and it had the whole Anariel and El Sariel going around Dale. That was a think piece. And we had Barling Claus on his sleigh delivering presents on that. And so we were like, right, we're going to get some snow. Got some snow powder. Didn't get caster sugar. And we got the Dale board. And we just chucked this stuff on it. And we got some cracking photos, and it looks amazing. And we chucked it on it. And this is fucked. Because you tip it, and you go, all right, let's get. All right, that's reduced. That's got rid of somewhere in the region of 50% of the snow. And I'm pretty sure. I don't think we ever did anything to it. So Rick Fryer has got he's got 4 of these tiles. 3 of them look as amazing, but one of them's got a light covering of snow. And I don't know if us leaving that for the last 3 years will have been a problem. That snow's now part of Dale, but we are going back to it in about 2 years. We're going to get that, and I just know it's going to be one of those things that we're going to have forgotten. We're going to get to the photo shoot.
Should be all right.
Yeah, but it's still like that. We tried to get rid of it. It's like, this is going to take a lot of effort. It's like, all right, we don't need to. Yeah, you've got to brush it off. Got a little air fan, whatever. But we were like, it doesn't matter, does it? We don't need it. I know. You know what these photo shoots are like? They're quite time constrained, and we're going to get down and go, it's covered in snow.
Yeah.
So that's in our future. But yeah, so it kind of works. quite like snow powder is a useful, reusable material. It is, which should be conserved to save expense. After each game, try and brush up as much as you can to store it in snow. Try and brush it up.
Because you as soon as you brush that and it starts mixing with dust and all sorts of junk
Brush
on
it
your
up.
board. Yeah.
Brush it up. Covered in green and so on and so forth. But I quite like the sentiment,
Yeah.
Try and brush it up once. We'll never use it again. And then the winter, combined with the sheets of ice, are covering a snow completes your frozen river conversion. Chuck snow on top of it. You can't even see the ice anymore.
Yeah, you might as well just leave the ice off and just throw a load of powder over it.
Chuck snow on it. Winter, lovely. And then this was quite good. Alternative approaches. 2 alternative approaches. Permanent effects.
Oh.
If you want to ruin your terrain, if you want to permanently add snow, use textured paint.
Don't use textured paint. Don't
smother your kids.
Don't listen to him.
But I can see you nearly spit your beer out. So do what to my terrain? Just use textured paint, right? Because the thing about textured paint, right, it's white.
Textured paint. They're talking about like the paint you paint outside walls with, right?
Or inside walls.
Oh.
Simply dry brush it onto your models to create the desired effect.
Yeah, don't do that.
Be careful, however.
Yeah.
Not to be too heavy-handed with the application, as you don't want to completely hide the original colour. All that's required is a light coating of white texture. This effect works best on trees, where textured paint gathers on the tips of branches, creates the appearance of freshly fallen snow. And do you know what? They look great. They do look great, right? But I mean,
because everything else they tried it on,
it wouldn't look
like crap.
It wouldn't look like that. White emulsion trees,
straight lines, loads of white roads.
The road to Hobbiton painted white. Oh, I love it. And then what they've got is a really nice feature about the mountain of Xeric Ziggle, where Gandalf fights the Balrog. Cool terrain piece.
Very cool.
That someone's obviously made. It's made out of styrene and MDF. Just one example of the types you can make. There's little icicles. Can you see those? Is that reading?
Yeah.
Little bits of plastic. Styrene has been painted first with black textured paint, then went with a dry brush of grey before being in a rough coat of white textured paint to represent ice and snow. And then another teaser coming in future packs, in future moulding workshops, will show you how to create other types of battlefield conditions, including a set of desert terrain for gaming in the sun-baked sands of Harad, plus some more Mordor terrain covering the poisonous heights of Mount Doom itself. And there we go. I know you missed a couple of the weather effects. It was quite a fun one for poisonous gas.
There was a lot of them, to be fair.
Yeah. After priorities rolled a dice on a result of 1. Whoever's got priority selects a model. That model and anyone within 6 inches takes a strength free hit. That's quite good fun. I know you haven't got it in front of you. You missed a bit in the middle. What do you think?
Yeah, good.
I think it's very good.
Yeah, good.
I really enjoyed it.
Sorry, I'm just distracted by my chat just jumped, so I'm trying to find out where we were.
There's like 6 pages of rules that you could use now. One of the comments I think I caught up with you in Europe was that Derry was using these rules in a recent tournament. 6 pages of really useful rules. Yeah.
Was it really? I can't find it. Oh, for God's sake.
They said something like it was generally well received, but Jamie Wiggins hated it.
Of course he did.
A cool scenario.
Oh, Joe Holzman said that, yeah.
Quite an inspirational altering of a scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of standard painting guide, and then some. I think some really I quite like that as the terrain guide.
There's
some nice ideas in there. Is it up
there? We need to set some parameters about up there.
Maybe we do.
When you say up there, are we talking top 10? Are we talking top 10 issues, or are we saying top half of what we've read?
Am I colouring the cell green to be one of the favourites?
It's a good issue. It adds a lot of diversity to the game. Scenarios that you've played through this magazine up to this point, you can now go back and play and have an entirely different
adds to the game.
So
and
in that sense,
in 2023, this issue could and would still really help your hobby.
Yeah. So in that sense, it's a good one.
We whack it on.
Yeah, whack it on. Yeah.
I mean, we've said this before. This binder has been blinding. This binder has been absolutely brilliant. But I think this is really good. I don't think it's gonna I don't know what we're doing with our favourite issues at the end, but however we work out what the winner is or whatever, I don't think it's gonna win. But I do think it's very, very good.
It's a good one.
So yeah, I'm gonna.
It's a good one in the sense that we've had a couple, haven't we, that have been a bit meh. You know what I mean?
I just opened the spreadsheet for the first time in the spreadsheet that keeps all the notes about the episodes, and I haven't opened it since the last stream, and I have a notes column for if anything interesting happens. For kind of BSIME history, clip shows, that kind of thing. And you know what the note for the last episode is? Damien opens beer with foot. Good to know. It's good to know. But yeah, I think so. I think this is good. And that would mean, we're 65, so probably like 52, was it? When you go to watch Return of the King with your two mates from back in day,
Yeah.
you've got to do the beer bottle opening thing.
You wouldn't believe what I can do.
So to answer your question, we said it was a good binder. We've nominated 6 of the 13 issues in this binder for the best issue.
And how many's left to do?
There's 2 more binders, but it's
in this binder.
This is the last one.
All right, so
End
6.
End of a binder, mate. We're at the end of a binder.
Ooh.
So yeah, it's been a really. But I don't think our standards have slipped. I don't think it's like A-level grade inflation. I just think it's a really, really good binder with a lot of really good issues. But there we go. Why don't you catch up on the chat while I have a wee?
Okay, let's do that.
I'll start, and you can let me know where we get to.
So it was about Joe Holzman saying...
No, but I've done a few while you've been out.
Oh, okay, go on then.
Poison gas, that was it. It was Joshua Crosby. Can you see poison gas? Finally, I can combine my SBG collection with my Death Court of Krieg.
Yeah.
And then it's on to posting straight.
Yeah. So Sam says the issue with rolling for individual warriors is it slows the game to a standstill. There's a narrative scenario for Slippery Ice in the Battle Company's book, and you spend a lot of time rolling to move. Yeah, that would do, especially. Played My Goblin Town, you're in trouble. Nathan says, in competitive games, just randomise the weather effects because competitive players love random rolls. Joe says, what I find interesting here is you need 4 Urukai warriors with orc bows. I don't believe scouts were a thing at this point, and none of the armoured ones have bows. Did they have them as an option? I don't think they did. No, normal Urukai warriors, it was just crossbows as an option, wasn't it? He says, did Damien just say 4x4 inch board? He probably did. Oh wait, Metal Scouts from the Amon Hem box. Yes, yeah. The cool models. But they weren't given out in the mag. There may have been card ones. Could have been, Larry, you might be right. Nice to see a barrow at the Fords of Eisen. Theodred won't have far to travel in his coffin. Craig Hughes Festive crisps. It's September, you madman. No, they're nice though. They're very nice. They're bacon, obviously, and there's a bit of like star and EC clovey sort of vibe to it. Nice. Larry says, "I'm throwing in the towel. This is the best cereal pun I come up with." I'm throwing in the towel. This is the best cereal pun I can come up with.
I feel like
Did he have a cereal pun?
I feel like you're in trouble. Where are we?
Larry says, "I'm throwing in the towel. This is the best cereal pun I can come up with." Did he mention something prior? God knows. Rich Clemmer says, "How do we know he has eyes? His lids are closed in all the pictures." This is true.
Hey.
Joe Hosman said, "I just painted it gold, shaded, stroke highlighted, then the green, then the reds. Quite enjoyed it." And Sam Page says, "Good night, all. Been a wonderful stream. Looking forward to catching up tomorrow. Take care, mate. I'll be contacting you in the week." Larry says, "Oh, must have died sometime in the night. What a tragedy for the king to lose his only son and heir. I understand his passing is hard to accept, especially now that your brother has deserted Yuki Crisp."
What's Yuki Crisp? Oh, hang on. That's
Cookie
his
Crisp.
pun.
Yuki, yeah. Instead of Cookie Crisp, Yuki Crisps.
So basically he's written the thing. This is the best pun, and then 3 people have written comments in the time it took him to write it.
Yeah.
What's the Yuki Crisp pun? What
Cookie
cereal is
Crisps.
that? Cookie Crisp.
Yeah.
It's deserted. What? It's deserted you, isn't it? So he's turned you
It's a Yuki.
into Cookie Crisp.
Yeah, it's for Larry. It's poor. It's poor.
It's just a long.
We've got to call it out with the way we see it, Larry. It's poor. That one's poor.
It's crap, mate.
That's crap. Because the dragon says, "Quite enjoy painting my Theodred, but his face is a bit quirky. It's similar to Aomer's, but not identical." Says Joe, "I think that's the armor."
Yeah.
Larry says he was Battle Games exclusive, so they must have got the studio paint job. Ashley Fisher says, "I think the reason the official painted one is a BSIME model is because it was a. Do you know what? I don't think I ever called Battle Games Middle Earth BSIME.
I know, it's weird, isn't it?
I just call it BSIME now because we're BSIME. He said because it was a mag exclusive. Josman said,
"What? I don't understand. Sorry, am I missing something? I don't understand why why the studio wouldn't have repainted it at the time, at some point in the last 20 years. Do you see what I mean?"
Yeah. God knows. Which other models were BSIME exclusives? Asked Joe Hosman. I know the Harmer and Burrigan were. Were there any others?
I think there was Gandalf, wasn't it? Which way around?
Wasn't there a Royal Guard with the long spear that could be a bannerman?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But the Gandalf the White has a rock or doesn't. I can never remember which way around it is.
Yeah.
That was one of them. Sam said Ugluk was exclusive.
Ugluk says Larry as well. And wasn't Gandalf the White? There was a rock, no rock, yeah. And wasn't one BSIME? Yes, the Gandalf the White was officially released, but was missing the rock or had an additional rock. Can't remember which now.
That's exactly what I said.
He also says, "Oh, the conversion sprue with the Royal Guard with really long spear too. Can't find an official list, but sounds like Elisar on foot, Boromir of the White Tower on foot, Gothmog might have been temporary exclusives." And Joe also says, "Chuck all the snow in it. Very much sounds like my approach to snow bases." Chris says, "Can't believe they didn't do an alternative approach of put some snow on a hill. A snowy hill." So he needed. Joe Osmond says, "I'm not sure put some snow on a hill as an alternative approach to chuck snow on everything, to be fair." Good mag with plenty of fun tips. That's because of dragons. And Joe Osmond says it was February, I think, because it was half term. Dowie's event, that is.
Oh, right, I see.
Larry says, "The issue inspired the weather rules that Jamie hated. Contender for best issue for sure." Joe Holzman says, "I was supposed to be going, but had COVID. End of binder party popper?" asks Chris.
I don't think we normally party popper for end of binder.
What do we normally do? It's been that bloody long.
What do we do at the end of a binder?
Nothing.
Oh, come on, Steve, you know this. It's not. It'll be what we do in the next stream.
What do we do?
Oh God, this is upsetting. Whenever we finish the binder, the next stream.
Oh yeah. So we do an episode that wasn't covered by the mag. You know I'm there.
Go on, keep
We
going.
just word it differently. Hobbit.
Keep going. Hobbit, there it is.
Yeah.
Hobbit.
You knew what I meant. You know
There
what
you
I meant.
go. It's all in there. It's all in there.
Yeah. It's just jungled up a bit. Jungled up. It's jungled up. It's not jumbled.
No.
It's not jumbled. It's jungled.
It's just all a bit charred, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a bit charred. Can't believe I missed a beer opening like that, says Sam. Oh, it was a cracker, mate.
You go back. First time as well. First time.
Fredericks is in. How you doing, mate? Late to the party. How are you, chaps? We're very well, mate. I see you gave blood today. Good man. Good on yourself. Nathan says, end of a binder. That's normally brilliant, but we need to build some momentum to get us back on track for winter, says Nathan. What have we discussed then? What we're going to do?
Not yet.
Oh. When are we doing that?
The next stream.
Oh. Because there's one left, right?
One what?
Issue.
No. The next one is the end of binder special. This is the end of the binder.
So when are we discussing what we're going to do then?
So no, normally at the end. Normally is a sort of what are we doing in the next stream. We can do it now if you want.
No, let's do it at the end. Sam says, I remember there used to be a high ground scenario, which was basically whole ground with wind. And Joe says to Sam, Spirit, is that a Star Wars scenario? Don't know. Cute Anakin Rage says Sam.
He doesn't say Spirit. He doesn't say Spirit. That's the guy's name.
All right, Spirit.
He's saying high ground because Obi-Wan has the high ground, doesn't he? It's high ground a Star Wars scenario.
Spirit, is that a Star Wars scenario? I don't know. You've lost me. Q Anakin Rage. The pun's coming, Steve. Read on, says Joe. Nathan says, my iPad's about to die. Sleep tight all. Take care, mate. Joe Osman says to Nathan T, is it going to Silicon Heaven?
You can always plug it in.
Paint on the 4 up is in. He says, hello, I finally been able to join you. Welcome, mate.
How you doing?
And Sam says, Larry, please design a box for that cereal. I want to see it complete with mascot Grima. Pace 4 up says, Gandalf on the mug, and on the mag has the rock. Yeah, but physical models does not have the rock. Smashed it, mate. Caught up on the chat.
And Aaron says, good evening, lads. Late into this one. First stream I've caught in about 3 to 4 months.
Let me refresh. Oh, do you know what? It's on top. Why is it on top chat? That's why.
And Joe Holzman points out that I've explained the high ground joke and Steve still hasn't got
it. Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry.
There we go. Cool. So I think we'll do the profiles. Get your brushes, get your painting, your goblins.
I'm waiting for these bloody washes to dry.
They're fine. Goblins.
They're not.
They'll be all right.
They're not. That's a rookie mistake.
You haven't doomed yourself. Can you not do anything else?
It's nearly dry.
Dry then, isn't it?
Where's that one that I've seen before? I'm missing a model here. Oh, there it is. Go on, I'm listening.
You haven't painted yourself into a point where you can't paint it, eh?
No. It will be dry soon.
I'm so excited for you painting. So, as we've determined, Theodred was first released in this issue. And what's kind of curious is we don't get his profile. Not in the sense of when they normally introduce it and they have a picture of him and they show his special rules. But all you get is his stats tucked away at the top of this box. So for the first time ever in the strategy battle game, around July 2005, we get the stats for Theodred. He's fight 5, strength 4, defense 6, 2 attacks, 2 wounds, courage 5, 3 might, 1 will, and 0 fate. He has no rules, so he doesn't get expert rider. It just says Theodred because the only model is Theodred on a horse, so you can't take him on foot, so he has to have a horse, I suppose. It's possible that I've missed something in an older issue. Like I didn't go back to all the old issues and see did we get his profile earlier, but as far as I can see, that's where he gets. And he has no. At this version, we're using I think we're still using the Return of the King rulebook. I think. But anyway, that's the first time he gets a profile. And whether it was before or after, when the big blue rulebook comes out, as I always say, lovely edition, smells superb. He's not in here. So whether this came out first or this came out first, I don't actually know. I think this is 2006. It's got a 2005 copyright. I feel like it might have been towards the end of the year, but I don't know which one of these were first. But anyway, Theodred is not in this book.
Yeah.
And instead, his first published non-battle games profile is in this. one of the fabulous journey books. You'll hear a lot of people raving about these.
Yeah, that's sexy.
The first two in particular are so good. And this comes out in about a year later, so something like August 2006. And in here we get Theodred's profile, and he's also there's the other answer to the question, that he's on foot.
Yeah.
So this is where his foot version came out as well. He's the same points: fight 5, strength 4, defense 6, 2 attacks, 2 wounds, courage 5, 3 might, and 3 will. So he gets 2 more will, but still 0 fate. And he gets the rule for expert rider. And in a very surreal sense, he's here, right? Here's your heroes. All of these 3 heroes, first time Erkenbrand, Harmer, and Theodred appear, right?
Yeah.
They've all got expert rider. And all of them say, expert rider, see the Rohan Outrider profile over here.
Yeah.
So like the 3 heroes all say, go and check out Jeff, the Outrider. He's got the rule. And it must be a design thing.
Mm.
It must be they haven't got space for this text here on this page.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it over there. But yeah, so he gets expert rider. And then that is the version that you still see on the GW web store. So yeah, he was painted in 2006. The version from here was painted in 2005, and those are the versions using to advertise them today. But he appears in that. And then we jump forward 7 years to the Kingdoms of Men book, where Theodred appears. He's the same points. He's exactly the same. Exactly the same stats in here. And so this is what I always think is, I don't know, our era almost. But remember this? Remember Warbands, Hobbit era?
Mm-hmm.
Did we see a lot of Theodred? Do you remember him?
No.
Remember like GBHL James's hierarchy of
Never ever
Rohan
seen
heroes?
Theodred. Never seen Theodred.
I don't remember him being up there.
No.
It was always...
Was he 2 bobbins, or was Eowyn too good?
Well, Eowyn was crap but cheap, wasn't she?
That's
at the
what
time?
I mean. For what you paid, she was worth, because she was another warband leader for cheap.
Yeah.
Which means you got more warriors, and you basically just got more for your points, didn't you?
James always used to say it went Erkenbrand was always first, then Aomar, then Eowyn, and then maybe even Theoden. But he's fight 5, which is good. It was always handy to have more fight 5 in the Rohan list at the time. But Theoden gives you a little bit more with the idea of an armored horse, even crap old Theoden, and 2 fate, I guess. But I think maybe people even just went for captains and gambling and that sort of thing after him. But you didn't. I don't remember seeing Theodred at all in that era.
No.
Not to say I'd never played against him, but I don't really remember him at all getting any love. But he's essentially, it's the same profile. You know, his will changed, but he's the same profile in 2012 as he was in here. And then he doesn't get an update, as far as I can see, until Armors Lord of the Rings, which is the one we know and love now. So what was that? 2018, so 2005. So 13 years with the same kind of fairly lackluster profile. And then we get his upgrade, which is the one he's got now. So he's fight 5, strength 4, defense 6. He's 3 attacks now, so he gets the extra attack. He's 80 points. He's gone up 10, and he gets 1 fate point. The fate rule makes me so angry. Like, no fate because he's dead, right? So, but now he's dead, so he gets 1 fate. He's got striking challenge, which is pretty good. He gets Horse Lord, as all the Rohan heroes did, and he gets reckless charge. Theodred must charge an enemy if he's able to do so. Additionally, on 10 charges, he can re-roll any failed to wound rolls during the fight phase. So those are, for 10 points, those are pretty good buffs, right?
Decent,
An extra attack, a fate point, and probably don't mind that he's charging, and re-rolls failed to wounds. And I think he did. I'm not quite sure, but I think he did kind of jump up. God, looking at that angle, I don't know. I feel like they've painted him with looks so different to my model. Is it madness, or have they painted him with a beard? Looks like he's got a beard there, right?
I just think it's because the ingress lines under his cheeks are so deep. It makes his top lip look like it's a beard, but it's not.
Yeah. Very strange. He doesn't look like that, to be fair. Now, spent some time with him. not the best face I've ever seen, but it looks nothing like that. Not bad. So yeah, he got a hell of an increase, and then we can't go on without. Oh God, I'm stuck to the laptop. What's his Legion in War and
It will be all right, yeah.
Of course, he gets his own legendary Legion now, which I believe is called, appropriately enough, Theodred's Guard, and it is very popular on the tournament circuit. So I hear. In that, he gets what can he have? So he gets Theodred, Elfhelm, Grimbold, Captains, Riders, Warriors. Theodred has to be a leader. Everyone gets Swarm Protector, Theodred, and he also counts as Theoden. So they get is that the +1 fight value? I think I can never remember. I think the army bonus is +1 strength, and the Riders of Theoden is the +1 fight value on the charge. I think so. He gets that, and the guys with throwing weapons can use their spears as throwing spears as North spears.
Nice.
It's their Legion. Pretty cool. And he is now quite popular, and that army does very well, like Theodred's Guard, I believe. So there's our little trip down memory lane. Any have you come across Theodred these days?
Not really. I don't think. I know that Legion's popular and has been since its incarnation, but I don't think I've come across it in game. Yeah.
I played at your event. Played
Did
at your scouring when I had my ents. It was quite cool. It was good. I think I managed to ent Theodred to death.
What's remind me? I know it's come up, and I think it's in an FAQ, and I can't remember. My brain's saying no from memory, I think. So they can use their throwing spears as spears. Can they support when they're mounted? Can they support another mount? Can they support whilst mounted or not?
I think so. A spear model can still support a mounted model, can't it?
Even if they're both mounted.
I think so.
Because I know that you used to be able to, because it never said you could.
I think so.
It never said you couldn't. So I know you used to be able to, because Citadel Guard used to be able to give spears.
I think you can. It's just you don't get a lot of mounted models with spears. I'm pretty sure you can still support a mounted model. Yeah, with a mounted model, it's got to be the base size, isn't it?
Yeah.
God, look at us. Magazine, rule books, rules queries. Same base size or... Oh, no, it is. No, it's nonsense. It's infantry. It's infantry now. Have to be infantry.
You used to be able to do it. You used to be able to do it.
Yeah.
Simply because it never said you couldn't. Because I remember I converted a load of Citadel Guard to be mounted and have bows and spears, so they could support. Got to a point where I converted them, put all the base colours on, never finished the paint job. Then the FAQ came in, it got nerfed. And
good.
And I just didn't finish them. I was like, well, I don't need them now. Don't need them.
You've got converted Citadel Guard cavalry with bow and spear.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
You paint them up for the logs.
Yeah. I do.
No, you won't. Not a chance.
So yeah, I had a feeling. That's why I said my brain says no, but I know you used to be able to, because I remember doing the conversions because of that.
You definitely used to be able to.
Yeah.
Must change in the new edition. It might. Do you know what? It's possible it even changed in that edition. It might have been an FAQ between that and the Gandalf book.
I think it was an FAQ.
Who knows?
And I don't think it was because of that Legion. I think it was quite early, and it was the Citadel Guard thing.
Well, it also feels a bit wrong, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's meant to be like a spear wall, and it's
Yeah.
a bit odd doing that on cavalry.
Yeah, it's right. It's the right, the right FAQ. It's the right. It's been ruled the right way for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah,
Shall
we jump back
catch up in the chat?
Yeah, I'll do it because they're still wet. Annoyingly. Get your hairdryer out, Stephen. Damien will shout over the noise, says Joe. I don't know where my hairdryer is. It used to be hanging here. And I've put it away. I don't know where it is. I really, really like his Legion, says Joe. Hope you are happy, Nathan. I just wasted a load of time when I just started actually doing some painting. Jawsman says it must be that name of that cereal, I'm assuming, because it must have taken him about an hour. Mostly because it's one of those Legions that doesn't just make an army better, it encourages you to play it in a different way.
Yeah, with different heroes as well, right? Yeah.
Only trolls can support mounted models, says Larry. Cavalry can't support. The time of Gamey Crow, says Joe Holzman.
That's a joke.
Didn't people used to use Moria Goblins to spear support cave trolls? Yes, says Larry. There was loads of instances like that, though.
I got to be honest, though, that never bothered me. I always thought the goblin had just sort of run through the cave troll's legs and stuck you with a spear. It didn't particularly bother me, that one.
And Harad supported Mummox. Yeah, that's a bit iffy.
It's the same sort of thing, though. They're further forward than they look on the table.
Yeah, caught up on the chat there, mate.
Oh,
so we have
got. He hasn't got a lot of fans in tonight.
No, we've got about an hour left.
Lovely.
Do you want to do deep dive?
I can deeply dive,
and then it should run us up nicely to the whip thread. If we've got 36 comments, it's not busy tonight, which it's fine. We kind of sort of knew that anyway. But if you're working on a Theodred or whatever you're working on, you've not posted it in, and you want us to look at it, get it in the whip thread in the next, say, 20 minutes.
Yeah, if there's only 36 comments in there, and they won't all be Theodreds, I'll say you've got a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
Get yourself a sexy
for show. Oh, it's 41 comments.
It's going up.
For show.
This feels quite fun.
I forgot about the wash thing.
Unbelievable. You haven't done your prep work properly. You're going to do all your washes before.
I should have got to this stage pre-stream.
Exactly, yeah.
I'll tell you what I have realised, though. Shandy goes right through you. I need another wee, so I'll be back in a minute. Maybe 2 seconds. Well, 2 minutes.
But why don't you take them with you to where there's a hairdryer inside?
To the toilet.
Use the hand dryer.
I don't know about your toilets, but I haven't got any plug sockets in my toilet.
So let us know who out there is working on a Theodred. Myself, I'm sitting pretty on one Theodred. He seems to be coming on quite nicely. I'm trying to work out if is it greaves? Are the leg guards greaves? If they're metal, just metal, or if they're the green leather. And I looked at the model on the oldie GW site, and it's they've done. I think one of them's got metal greaves, and one of them's got leather with this. So the mounted one looks like he's got the green ones with the red trim, and the foot one looks like it's just he's got no trim on it. But I think I'll go with the green to paint something a little different. We've got fun working on a different colour scheme. It's away from that metal look a little bit. While Steve's away. And then get yourself cozy on this Sunday evening, and we'll have a little bit of a chat about Theodred and the books, which isn't going to take too long. But we do have quite a nice section to read, so we do have a kind of Sunday night bedtime story coming through. So hopefully you'll like. This is a return of BSIME, with the return of deep dives, with the return of profile reviews. We've got all the hits. All the hits in this episode. I hope you're enjoying it. Let us know if you're still watching out there. It's always good to hear from you. There are 32 people still in. Drop us a comment, say hi. Let us know how your hobby's going, how your evening's going. Got any great Theodred stories to tell us, feel free. And if you've got any other general hobby stories to tell us, Just keep those to yourself. No, I'm joking, of course.
Boris
Hello.
Herzog, all right. He says, evening all.
Straight back in the chat. Look at him.
He says, only stopping for a few minutes. Hope you're all well. We'll see if I can dig out Theodred from a shoebox somewhere. Just pouring some plaster rocks at the moment.
That's a spirit.
Poured many of them in my time. Aaron says, where does Theodred rank in all of Rohan heroes? Flipping it, there's so many. And I think all like if you classing him without his legendary legion, he's not up there, is he?
Yeah, exactly. I think
that's the thing.
Exactly right. You wouldn't. I don't think you'd
standalone
take him very high up.
No, standalone you wouldn't. No. Frederick says, working on a classic Urukai Theodred standard. First time in 1.5 months I'm doing hobby. I think his leg armour is the same gold, green, red combo as the rest of his armour, says Joe.
I just can't see, on this version, I can't see the trim. I've painted it green, but I can't see the red trim on the foot version.
I went for green armour with red lining, says Remco. And Paints Forum says, painting a bomber in his barrel. 3 objectives for my Thorin's company in their barrels. Also painted a Star Wars Legion robot. Not on theme this week, unfortunately. I don't own the models.
Was that bomber inspired by Aaron Wright's post? Any chance he put his?
Yeah, I've seen that. It reminded me.
It took me way back. That I've played against that way back in the day.
I'm trying to see. I think mine's at the studio. Do you remember the one I did? The bomber with the barrel.
You know what? I honestly don't. I'm not going to lie.
The bomber and barrel that I did was. I still think I'm going to say I think he was pretty cool. So I got a barrel, and it was a solid resin barrel, so I had to drill it out, which was a nightmare.
Oh, what rings a bell? Maybe I feel like you've moaned about this.
And I magnetised the arms, so you can take the arms off and take the barrel off. So it's the plastic bomber. Chopped his arms off, magnetised them, and the barrel can sit over him, so his arms still stick out with the weapons on. It's cool, man. Cool. It is pretty cool.
Yeah, I've always been doing a lot of that. He put up his did you see his sexy Gandalf? He converted. There wasn't a mounted Gandalf available, so he used mounted
yeah.
And sexy legs Gandalf, and I was like, God, I haven't seen that model in like a decade. Right back to those early days of GBHL. So.
We're very intimate with each other's models then, because there was only about 7 of us playing the game.
Nice, because Owen doesn't he's still very, very involved in the forums, like on the he's an admin, but he doesn't seem to go to many events. I know he runs unnumbered tiers, but I don't think he attends much else. Even the Warhammer World ones that he always used to go to.
Yeah,
I've actually seen him at an SBG event in a very long time.
Shall we deep dive?
Yeah, I'm just finishing up some brown. You're going to be painting some goblins?
With the wash dries, I bloody well, yeah. The problem, the thing is, like, I've watered it down as well because off memory,
extra wet.
Yeah, it's extra wet. I didn't want it to be too harsh. And off memory, that's what I used to do. So always like thin down my washes rather than go straight out of the pot.
Unfortunately, you've absolutely done yourself.
Yeah, shot myself in my hobby foot. It's dry, but there's just them pooled bits, in the really deep recesses.
Well, it's dry brushing as well, isn't it? Dry brushing it has to be.
It's got to be bone dry.
That's just infuriating for a stream model. You can't hate stream models like that at this level. You got to. You hate to see it in the modern game.
Nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
I think as soon as if you're just painting anything with a brush by hand, you're all right and you can kind of work it. But if you're dry brushing, there's no way.
Yeah.
It's game over, man. Game over.
And I'm not fine edge highlighting 10 Goblin Town warriors.
You always just do one, just edge highlight it, and then you got one done.
Quick edge highlight.
Yeah, quick edge highlight, and you got a model out your backlog. Some people would say you brought it on yourself.
The thing is, from memory, I'm at the stage now where they need 2 more dry brushes, and then it's painting the tiny little loincloths, the eyes, the boils and pimples, and the weapons. Done. Oh, and the base, like dry brush the bases. But yeah.
But after this stage, there's only one more stage before the last stage.
After this stage, I do one more stage, just finish them. Just build the thing.
The next stage is just finish the models, so you're on to the last stage.
That's the last stage.
Once you've drawn an outline of it, just build the garrison. The outline is 90% of the work of that garrison.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, that'll do. All right. Do you want to read the last couple of comments before we jump on to the next section?
In case you didn't know, Theodred used to be a dwarf called Clonker, and his feet were metal. But then Tolkien changed it and named him Theodred and made him a horse lord.
Is that Larry?
Theodred. Frederick.
I think that might be some Strider Trotter-esque satire.
Sam says, one of my unluckiest games was Theodred's Guard, pre-Legendary Legion, in Heirlooms versus Farharad. Theodred died to the king. Then they got the heirloom. I then killed the bearer with Elf Helm. Elf Helm half. 1/2. I don't know what that means. Oh, 1 or 2 turns upon turns of cat and mouse. With 5 minutes left, I won the last priority on a 2. Then everything except a single Royal Guard, miles from anything, fled. 8-4 victory to 8-4 victory to a 10-0 defeat in seconds.
Is that he said that was one of his unluckiest games? Was against Theodred's Guard before the Legion.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's really quite unlucky to be spanked by an army before it exists. I feel like someone's cheating against you there, mate. Oh, what you got?
Unless he was Theodred's Guard.
You can't be Theodred's Guard without the Legion.
Paint to the 4 up. Yeah, it was inspired by that one, but now I've got it in my barrels out of Bond Army.
That's a cool army.
Jorsman says, the only picture of Theodred's armour I can actually download is from an officially licensed toy. But the toys are always good reference, aren't they, anyway? James Wilson says, I faced Theodred once on the tabletop. My mummock stomped all over him and his army in the space of 3 turns.
Well, more like Theod dead.
Yeah. Josh Crosby says, Steve, are you going to the GT doubles? I'm not, mate. I'm not. I'm currently in a position where I cannot plan anything until things settle down a little bit.
I'm going though, Josh. Thanks for asking. And do you know who else is going?
Who?
Oh, I'm sure you can guess who else is going.
Does his name begin with T?
It does begin with T.
Does it end in Om?
It does end in Om. It's Tyrandom, of course. Tom Harrison's going, right?
Whoop, whoop.
And he didn't have a doubles partner. You know who he's partnering with?
Go on.
Jay Clare.
Is it?
How about that for a partnership of the ages? He was literally because he was meant to go with his mate Chris. He normally plays doubles with his best mate Chris, and he couldn't make it. And so he bought the ticket to go with him, and he's like, "Oh, Chris can't make it." And he literally I was like, "Are you gonna go with there?" I was like, oh, "I don't know. I'll sort someone." And then like every month, I'll be like, "You got a partner yet?" I was like, "No, I'll sort someone." It's cool, but I'm sharing a room with you, so don't pull out because I need half the money. But like B, like I don't know how easy it's going to be to find a partner. Like the closer you get to like he was at Ardacon. He was just at breakfast and Jay was there. He's like, "I'm going doubles." I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "I might be roughing it." I was like, "Do you want to play with me instead?" And Joe went, "Yeah, all right." And I swear to God, so I'm like, look at him. That was tough.
That's another trophy in the bag.
That was really tricky, Damien. That was really hard to find a partner. You're right. It really tickled me. But yeah, can you imagine like Tom Harrison and Jay Clare? This is a scary ass partnership.
Be a load of people pulling out the event now.
I'm going with Mr. Troke again. Troke and Burn shall ride again.
Nice.
We're going all mounted Gondor, and I have 6 knights to paint. We've got 2 weeks. I sprayed them today.
You know what you need?
2 weeks. 6 painted knights.
Citadel Guard with spears and
Yeah,
bows
spears and bows,
mounted.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You're right, I must be. A sight up, yo, Ali. So yeah, I've got 2 weeks to paint those guys. Which I'm quite
Nice.
actually excited about. More BSIME Gondor. It's cool.
Yeah, be good. It'd be a laugh. Kenneth says to Aaron Noonan, depends on the list. I'm a Gondor player and use Theodred as my second Gondor hero. Much better than both Hurin and Forlong. He is at least one of the top 3 Rohan heroes.
He used him as his second Gondor hero.
I mean, he put Gondor in inverted commas. So he's like, God.
Why though? What was the?
I'm a Gondor player and use Theodred as my second Gondor hero. Don't know. Joe Holzman says, I've put that pic in the Patreon chat for you, Damien.
What pick? Oh, the armor. Oh, cool.
Clamor says, so I recently filled in the SBG inventory for my collection you guys mentioned in like episode 10. And I'm happy to say I'm over 50% painted, but I still have more unpainted than Damien has total models.
So more unpainted. Oh, wow. Who is that?
Rich Clamor.
Well, there he is. It is quite good, you know.
Aaron
check that
replies,
out.
yeah.
That's quite cool.
I think they're always a pretty good reference.
Cheers, Joe.
Aaron replies to Kenneth and says, I'd never considered to use him in an allies list. I've always used Aemma or Theoden when combining the 2 factions. Kenneth replies again, saying, I think that's where he really shines. Allies into fiefdoms, Minas Tirith, or Lorien with 4 to 5 royal guards and 1 to 2 outriders for objectives. Sam says, I was Theodred in that game, Team Spirit. So he didn't get spanked by him, he was them. He just picked the list thematically. Josh Crosby says, I knew Damien was going. He didn't reply to me when I said I was looking forward to seeing him. He's like that. Unless you bump into him at Beefeater. You don't get a reply.
Sorry. I'm looking forward to seeing you too.
Joe Holzman says, Jay and Tom is almost as scary as the prospect of facing myself and Murphy in the Ardacon doubles, says Joe. Frederick says, love using a cave troll as my 3rd Mordor remote controlled bow. Remote control bow. I was thinking about that the other day.
What was that? He loves using a cave troll.
That's my 3rd Mordor remote control bow. Oh.
Talking of cave trolls, do you see what's back today? The news that no one expected.
It's a weird. I said it in the Patreon chat. It's weird. It's a weird re-release.
We do get something. The Barley's Toonbox game is back.
It's very odd.
Which is good news because it vanished and some people were disappointed. But I don't think it's the good news people might have been hoping for.
No.
But
no.
I got it. I got it at Christmas a few years ago and I played it and it was perfectly fun. So maybe you too could have fun.
Have fun. I think I put it in the Patreon chat. I think maybe it might have Christmas in mind. It's a good kind of gift if you know someone.
I know someone
who plays the game.
Do you know someone?
This is the perfect gift.
Have you seen that? I'm sure I must have mentioned this on the chat somewhere. My favourite one of those memes was it's a Frozen. It was a recorder with Frozen songs.
Yeah.
There's like a book of songs and a white recorder, and the caption was, "Do you know someone with children? Do you hate that person?"
I think we're going to see Frozen in that there London.
Part of the the West End.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
In November. Lily's she's really sort of getting into amateur dramatics and school and stuff, and it's a birthday in November. And we said, do you want a party? What would you like to do with your party? Who would you want to come to? And she was like, no, I want the family. I want to do a family trip to London, because when we went, it was all being advertised. And she said it's either Frozen. There was something else. Can't remember what it was now.
Matilda, maybe.
Yeah, Matilda.
That's really good.
But I said, well, we've only just, literally watched Matilda 700 times since the new movie came out, and you've not watched Frozen for a while. Do you not think you'd want to watch Frozen? And I did say, I've had it on good authority that it's very, very good.
They're both good. They're both really good. I think Frozen's more spectacular to see.
Yeah.
If you're only going to be able to kind of come down and see one.
Yeah.
Frozen's more stunning, I think.
Yeah.
Samantha Barks on maternity leave though. You won't get my Elsa.
So it's I mean she'll make her mind up what she wants, but I think that's what
it's well worth it though, mate. Well worth
that's
it.
what we're going to end up doing. I think probably.
I'd love to hear what you think. Cause that, as I said, like it's not a spoiler for you, but the costume change. I swear to God, it literally. As an adult, I was like, it's just mind blowing magic, wonderful, like really good. So yeah, I'd do Frozen.
Yeah, let's see what she does. So it's her shout, isn't it? So because she's of that age now where she's like, oh, I know she still loves it, but she doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, she's getting to the age where she's a bit too cool for it, and then she has to go a few years before she comes back around to it.
Yeah.
I think it's well worth it.
Yeah. So, mate.
Caught up.
I need another week.
Unbelievable.
I can't make my mind up if it's the shandies or the age. It's one of the two
been
things.
Adversely affected by the last few weeks, it seems. You didn't used to be like this.
I
will see if there's any comments in the chat.
Yeah, I think I've caught up, but you make a start.
Oh,
I say I've caught up. This doesn't work great if I have to refresh. Frederick said about using a cave troll.
Lovely. So Larry says the question now is which half Palantir, half old Middle Earth team? That's a great point. I hadn't thought about that. It is half Palantir, half Middle Earth team. Or not half Middle Earth team because they had like Keith and Gav to begin with.
I'll be back in a minute.
You're still here, eh? Sam says, I'm not at the doubles as I'm at Lord of the Imps that weekend, but I'm in the Friday tournament in Warhammer World. Oh, well, I hope to be up on the Friday, so maybe I'll see you for some food or something. And Larry says, I think my money is on AT and DOB. Very clear. Joe Holzman, it's been delayed for us, though, so we won't actually be getting it next week. Oh, yeah, of course, the box. Frederick says, do a BSIME giveaway with the game. Max Manor says, could be diabetes without any context. What could be diabetes? I'm just trying. Is that he thinks whoever's the winner of doubles is the most likely to have diabetes? Is it the box game's been delayed because of diabetes? The free. Oh, excellent! It's not a funny comment. It's a serious joke. Could be diabetes. I'll pass it on. Wonderful. Did we sign giveaway with the game? Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Why not? Because most people won't be buying it, so it'll be a fun prize. Let's do that. It'll be good. Larry says, I was just winding you up with the issues. I reckon Tom and Jay will wipe the floor with you. I imagine they probably would. And Joe thinks it's the consumption of copious amounts of sugar. It's addled his brain and yellowed his teeth. Wonderful. As soon as Mr. Stevie gets back, I'm going to take a little deep dive. And Max is trying to save lives. With some hot Theodred content. Oh, he's back. Max thinks you might have diabetes.
Yeah. No, I've not got diabetes.
And on an equally serious point, Frederick thinks we should give away one of the Barley's Tomb games on the stream, which I think we should.
Yeah, can do.
And that'd be cool.
Yeah.
And Aaron says he's missed my cackle laugh. Right, so to the deep dive then. Can you paint yet?
No, look.
I just want to soothingly talk to you while you paint.
Hang on.
He's dry, mate.
No, it's not.
Can't you do anything? Can't you dry brush the bases or something?
I could, but I've got to do 2 more skin dry brushes, so it'll get all over the base.
Have you base coated it?
Oh, do you know what?
with
I know what
base?
I'll do. Yeah, you crack on.
Lovely. Loves it. So yeah, I went to the deep dive at Theodred, right? And obviously in the books, he's not in it like a lot at all. He doesn't actually appear as such. I went digging. Through 2 of my favourites, which are War of the Ring and Trees of Isengard for the early drafts, to see did Tolkien have bigger plans for him, and it's basically diddly squat. Like
Nothing, mate. Nothing.
however much people want to say, oh, he's such a great character. I love Theodred. He's my favourite character. It's like, no, he's not. Shush. Even Tolkien didn't care about him. There's a couple of interesting bits where he was to begin with, the guy who died wasn't Theoden's son, and then Theoden's son wasn't called Theodred. He was called Eadred or something. So there's a few bits like that, but nothing noteworthy. And I went through the letters. Tolkien's letters doesn't even mention him. So very. It was like Ben was like, I'm excited about the Theodred deep dive. I was like, oh, it's not that deep. There's very little. But what I did decide to do is go back to this bad boy, Unfinished Tales, because this is where the meat of the Theodred content lies. And it's only 5 pages. And
So it's not meat. It's more like a slice of ham.
yeah, corned beef, spam.
I love corned beef.
Do you?
Yeah.
My dad
No one
likes
else in the
corned
house
beef.
likes corned beef. I like it. Can't beat it with a bit
Feels
of
like-
bit of onion, bit of mayo.
It
Nice.
feels like it's kind of left over from war rationing to me. It feels like it's not quite meat.
It's nice, man. I like it.
Fair enough.
It is. You don't want to know what's in it, but
You like what you like.
yeah.
So obviously some people will have this for sure, but a lot of people won't. I think even within our nerdy little chat, a lot of people will have read like Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, maybe The Silmarillion, haven't delved into Unfinished Tales. So I thought what I'd do is just read the section about the first battle of the Fords of Isen,
Yeah, man.
which is the bit about Theodred. So yeah, get comfy, get painting, and I'll take you through what happens to dear sweet Theodred. And this is all we really know about him. Are you sitting comfortably, Stephen?
Yeah, man. I'm painting and everything.
Look at you! Look at me reading and you painting.
It's crazy scenes.
So, the chief obstacles to an easy conquest of Rohan by Saruman were Theodred and Aemma. They were vigorous men devoted to the king and high in his affections, as his only son and his sister son, and they did all that they could to thwart the influence over him that Grima had gained when the king's health began to fail. This occurred early in the year 3014, when Theoden was 66. His malady may thus have been due to natural causes, though the Rohirrim commonly lived till near or beyond their 80th year. But it may well have been induced or increased by subtle poisons administered by Grima. In any case, Theoden's sense of weakness and dependence on Grima was largely due to the cunning and skill of this evil counsellor's suggestions. It was his policy to bring his chief opponents into discredit with Theoden, and if possible, to get rid of them. It proved impossible to set them at odds with one another. Theoden, before his sickness, had been much loved by all his kin and people, and the loyalty of Theodred and Aemma remained steadfast, even in his apparent dotage. Aemma was also not an ambitious man, and his love and respect for Theodred, who was 13 years older than he, was only second to his love of his foster father. Grima therefore tried to play them one against the other in the mind of Theoden, representing Aemma as ever eager to increase his own authority and to act without consulting the king or his heir. In this he had some success, which bore fruit when Saruman at last succeeded in achieving the death of Theodred. It was clearly seen in Rohan, when the true accounts of the battles of the Fords were known, that Saruman had given special orders that Theodred should at all costs be slain. At the first battle, all his fiercest warriors were engaged in reckless assaults upon Theodred and his guard, disregarding other events of the battle, which might otherwise have resulted in a much more damaging defeat for the Rohirrim. When Theodred was at last slain, Saruman's commander, no doubt under orders, seemed satisfied for the time being, and Saruman made the mistake, fatal as it proved, of not immediately throwing in more forces and proceeding at once to a massive invasion of Westfold, though the valour of Grimbold and Elfhelm contributed to his delay. If the invasion of Westfold had begun 5 days earlier, there can be little doubt that the reinforcements from Edoras would never have come near Helm's Deep, but would have been surrounded and overwhelmed in open plain, if indeed Edoras had not itself been attacked and captured before the arrival of Gandalf. It has been said that the valour of Grimbold and Elfhelm contributed to Saruman's delay, which proved disastrous for him. The above account perhaps underestimates its importance. The Isen came down swiftly from its sources above Isengard, but in the flat land of the gap it became slow until it turned west. Then it flowed on through country, falling by long slopes down into the low-lying coastlands of furthest Gondor and the Enedwaith, and it became deep and rapid. Just above this westward bend were the fords of Isen. There the river was broad and shallow, passing in two arms about a large eyot over a stony shelf covered with stones and pebbles brought down from the north. Only here, south of Isengard, was it possible for large forces, especially those heavily armed or mounted, to cross the river. Saruman thus had this advantage. He could send his troops down either side of the Isen and attack the fords if they were held against him from both sides. Any force of his west of Isen could, if necessary, retreat upon Isengard. On the other hand, Theodred might send men across the fords, either in sufficient strength to engage Saruman's troops or to defend the western bridgehead. But if they were worsted, they would have no retreat except back over the fords with the enemy at their heels, and possibly also awaiting them on the eastern bank. South and west along the Isen, they had no way home, unless they were provisioned for a long journey into western Gondor. Saruman's attack was not unforeseen, but it came sooner than was expected. Theodred's scouts had warned him of a mustering of troops before the gates of Isengard, mainly, as it seemed, on the west side of Isen. He therefore manned the approaches east and west to the fords with sturdy men on foot from the levies of Westfold, leaving 3 companies of riders, together with horse herds and spare mounts, on the east bank. He himself passed over with the main strength of his cavalry, 8 companies and a company of archers, intending to overthrow Saruman's army before it was fully prepared. But Saruman had not revealed his intentions, nor the full strength of his forces. They were already on the march when Theodred set out. Some 20 miles north of the fords he encountered their vanguard and scattered it with loss. But when he rode on to attack the main host, the resistance stiffened. The enemy was in fact in positions prepared for the event, behind trenches manned by pikemen, and Theodred in the leading Aered was brought to a stand and almost surrounded. The new forces, hastening from Isengard, were now outflanking him upon the west. He was extricated by the onset of companies coming up behind him, but as he looked eastward he was dismayed. It had been a dim and misty morning, but the mists were now rolling back through the gap on a breeze from the west, and away east of the river he descried other forces now hasting towards the fords, though their strength could not be guessed. He at once ordered a retreat. This the riders, well trained in the manoeuvre, managed in good order and with little further loss, but the enemy was not shaken off or long outdistanced, for the retreat was often delayed, when the rearguard under Grimbold was obliged to turn at bay and drive back the most eager of their pursuers. When Theodred gained the fords, the day was waning. He set Grimbold in command of the garrison of the west bank, stiffened with 50 dismounted riders. The rest of his riders and all the horses he at once sent across the river, save his own company. With these on foot, he manned the eyot to recover the retreat of Grimbold if he was driven back. This was barely done when disaster came. Saruman's eastern force came down with unexpected speed. It was much smaller than the western force, but more dangerous. In its van were some Dunlending horsemen and a great pack of the dreadful Orcish wolf riders, feared by horses. Behind them came 2 battalions of the fierce Uruks, heavily armed but trained to move at great speed for many miles. The horsemen and wolf riders fell on the horse herds and picketed horses and slew or dispersed them. The garrison of the east bank, surprised by the sudden assault of the massed Uruks, was swept away, and the riders that had just crossed from the west were still caught in disarray. And though they fought desperately, they were driven from the fords along the line of Isen with the Uruks in pursuit. As soon as the enemy had gained possession of the eastern end of the fords, there appeared a company of men, or orc men, evidently dispatched for the purpose, ferocious, mail-clad, and armed with axes. They hastened to the eyot and assailed it from both sides. At the same time, Grimbold on the west bank was attacked by Saruman's forces on that side of the Isen. As he looked eastward, dismayed by the sounds of battle and the hideous orc cries of victory, he saw the axe men driving Theodred's men from the shores of the eyot towards the low knoll in its centre, and he heard Theodred's great voice calling, "To me, Eorlingers! At once Grimbold, taking a few men that stood near him, ran back to the eyot. So fierce was his onset from the rear of the attackers that Grimbold, a man of great strength and stature, clove his way through, till with 2 others he reached Theodred standing at bay on the knoll. Too late. As he came to his side, Theodred fell, hewn down by a great orc man. Grimbold slew him and stood over the body of Theodred, thinking him dead, and there he would himself soon have died, but for the coming of Elfhelm. Elfhelm had been riding in haste along the horse road from Edoras, leading 4 companies in answer to Theodred's summons. He was expecting battle, but not yet for some days. But near the junction of the horse road with the road down from the deeping, his outriders on the right flank reported that 2 wolf riders had been seen abroad in the fields. Sensing that things were amiss, he did not turn aside to Helm's Deep for the night, as he intended, but rode with all speed towards the fords. The horse road turned northwest after its meeting with the deeping road, but again bent sharply west when level with the fords, which it approached by a straight path of some 2 miles long. Elfhelm thus heard and saw nothing of the fighting between the retreating garrison and the Uruk south of the fords. The sun had sunk and light was failing when he drew near the last bend in the road, and there he encountered some horses running wild and a few fugitives who told him of the disaster. Though his men and horses were now weary, he rode as fast as he could along the straight. As he came in sight of the east bank, he ordered his companies to charge. It was the turn of the Isengarders to be surprised. They heard the thunder of hooves and saw coming like black shadows against the darkening east a great host, as it seemed, with Elfhelm at its head, and beside him a white standard borne as a guide to those that followed. Few stood their ground. Most fled northwards, pursued by 2 of Elfhelm's companies. The others he dismounted to guard the east bank, but at once, with the men of his own company, rushed to the Ayat. The axemen were now caught between the surviving defenders and the onslaught of Elfhelm, with both banks still held by the Rohirrim. They fought on, but before the end were slain to a man. Elfhelm himself, however, sprang up towards the knoll, and there he found Grimbold fighting 2 great axemen for possession of Theodred's body. One Elfhelm at once slew, and the other fell before Grimbold. They stooped then to lift the body, and found that Theodred still breathed, but he lived only long enough to speak his last words. "Let me lie here, to keep the fords, till Aomer comes." Night fell, a harsh horn sounded, and then all was silent. The attack on the west bank ceased, and the enemy there faded away into the dark. The Rohirrim held the fords of Isen, but their losses were heavy, not least in horses. The king's son was dead, and they were leaderless, and did not know what might yet befall. Here ends the account of the first battle in the fords of Isen.
Oh,
There you go.
very good.
That's what he wrote about Theodred. Oh, yeah. Not sad. I feel a bit sad for Elfhelm because like Theodred dies and Elfhelm comes to his rescue and he runs up to him and he goes, "It's all right." And he goes, "Let me lie here till Aomer comes." But what about me, dude? I'm here. I thought it'd be fun to have a look. I think it's in here. I think we have in War Rohan. Yeah, the first battle of the Fords of Isen, which is that story. Obviously, I didn't do the second battle because Theodred's dead. Theodred is deployed on the eastern side of the River Isen, as close to the wall as possible, with 12 warriors of Rohan, and then Grimbold and the Helmingers are within 12 inches of the eastern board edge, and then all other models are kept aside until later. The force of Sauron have been tasked with slaying the young prince and securing the fords. Game lasts for 12 turns. Evil player wins if they can slay Theodred. There's a note in there that says they had specific orders to kill Theodred more than to do anything else. That's the objective there, which is nice. Or move 12 models onto the eastern side of the board. The River Isen is deep water. Evil models must reroll failed to wound rolls against Theodred. And during the end phase of each turn, the good player must roll a d6 and add the turn number. If the result is 8 or more, Elfhelm and the remaining good models, which looks like it's 12 riders of Rohan, I think, and 3 outriders, will move on to the board. So yeah, that's that. That's the current scenario in War Rohan that depicts that kind of Grimbold and Theodred fighting across the ford and Elfhelm riding in. Now that we've got the right models, because the one that we read earlier tonight in here obviously just had Aomer and Theodred available. There we go. That's as deep as one can dive into Theodred.
Yeah. Shallow dread.
Sadly, it's just the published works. Yeah, there's no super exciting secret things that I found, but yeah, what can you do? Nice to go digging there. I enjoyed having a little.
Yeah.
It's weird how we can do. I feel like in these sort of sections we can do characters that don't get a lot, like Theodred, like that, in a way that you just can't do Aragorn. It's just, there's too much to say. So sometimes little characters that don't get mentioned a lot are actually quite handy.
Yeah.
Shall we catch up on the chat and then do?
Do you want to do that? I'm just setting
load up Facebook.
I'm setting the screens up for Facebook. Yeah.
Sam says when Tom can win a doubles game flying solo, it doesn't look good for the competition indeed. And Aaron's thrilled to see Mr. Diabetes back. Joe Holzman would love to stay for the deep dive, but I'm up at 5 tomorrow for work, so I should really go to sleep. I bet he stays for the deep dive. Richard Connell says, I think you should play the board game before giving it away. It's a bit gross, isn't it?
Didn't we play it?
No, didn't you play it on Top Table?
Yes.
Although whilst I wouldn't open someone's toys, I've got a copy, so it might be when it comes out we could do we could have a game of it if you want.
You saw something, yeah.
Might be, although I don't remember it being that short. It might be quite long for a stream. Don't know. It might be something fun. Joe Holzman, before I go, am I the only one who thinks the movies imply Grima poisons Theodred instead of him just succumbing to his wounds? No, I don't think you're the only one. I think they do imply that. It's really tricky, but I think there's lots of there's hints of that, of what he did to Theoden as well in the book, on the fact that he. I don't know. I think when Aemma lifts the sheet up and sort of shakes his head at Eowyn, I think he's saying that he's not going to survive. Like, look, I think he's sort of showing her the wound and sort of saying he's not going to be all right. But I definitely think you could read it as Grima having an effect. Yeah. Anyway, I'll catch up tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Night, Joe. Michael Curtis. I just finished Unfinished Tales this week. I enjoyed the forwards of Eisen. I think that's maybe Battle Report. Yes, great. Larry Miller says, you mean you just finished Tales? Richard Campbell says, Stan is 66. Flip, that makes his Pelennor antics impressive indeed. And Larry says, I agree with Joe. He definitely gives vibes that he didn't just die sometime in the night. Thanks for Warp says, petition for Damien to do an audiobook. Thanks. Someone will pay me to do it. That'd be brilliant. I'll wait for the call. Richard, I'm confused by the timeline here then. Did Saruman's army leave Isengard for Helm's Deep before Grima left Edoras, since Theodred dies before Grima leaves? Oh, I know. Saruman's army leave Isengard for Helm's Deep before Grima left. Yeah, in the book, Saruman's army doesn't kind of march out to Helm's Deep, do they? The book timeline's very different. Like whenever Theoden gets cured by Gandalf, which in the book he just gets cured by going for a walk outside, basically. They just then ride out to meet them in the field, and they just find a massive army, and they end up riding to Helm's Deep, don't they? It's not the way it plays out in the film. So I think the idea is that, trying to answer your question, in the book, I don't think Saruman has sent one massive army to take Helm's Deep like he does in the film. I think it's Saruman's forces are just out and about causing mischief in Rohan and like trying to kill Theodred, and then they kind of like snowball and roll towards Helm's Deep. So yes, I think to answer the question, Saruman's army did leave Isengard before Grima left Edoras, I think. Larry says that armed with axes, bloody power gamers. Frederick Shaw says, what is Top Table? Larry Miller says, weird how there was no mention in this passage of him changing his armor and dyeing his hair when he came off his horse. And in answer to Frederick's question of what is Top Table, Larry Miller says, it's the flat bit you put stuff on.
I'm set up now, I think.
Ooh.
I need to click it to see if it works. It should be all right. Yeah, sweet. Sweet.
Let me grab a note. Theodred Theodred. So I think we knew before coming in that he wasn't going to be challenging for the record, but
No.
curious to see how young Mr. Theodred does.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to load up the
We've got
page.
51 comments.
It's not too bad then.
Not three bad. Not three bad.
4 bad is right out.
Mm.
This is the whip thread.
It certainly is.
Is Joe Holzman first?
Joe Osmond's first.
Lovely. Shall we then?
Yeah. Do you want me to read through them?
Yeah, go on.
You take notes, I'll read through. No Theodred for me, so I'll be continuing work on my Shatterpoint clones, have a mint twirl and some honey and mustard pretzels pieces for snacks. They're nice, them Shatterpoint models. I quite like them.
It's not for me.
But it's not another game I'm going to get into. I've got a load of Legion models that I need to move on. But yeah.
You're allowed to sell them.
Frederick says, just got back here last night, so I had no real time to prepare my BSIME supplies and mostly Ardacon leftovers, including a fancy beer I was kindly gifted by my Belgian doubles opponents. I'll be working on my classic Isengard Scout command turned Mordor Uruk-hai command, Theodred. Oh.
No, Frederick.
Annoyingly, Facebook is doing a weird thing that when I click to enlarge a photograph, and then click off it, it goes right back to the top of the thread.
That sounds fun.
Didn't used to do that. Michael Curtis says painted Theo dead and horse tonight. So he's in, foot and mounted. Nice to see. And then we've got finished him listening to the stream. The inlay wasn't as bad as I expected. Let's have a look.
That finished him listening to the stream.
That looks great, man. That looks really good. It's really good. Solid
what
work.
we want people to do.
Solid work. Oh yeah, it keeps jumping back to the top. That's annoying. Jens Elmo's no Theodred, but kind of on theme with the people from the other side of the Battle of the Fords of Eisen.
I agree, kind of on theme, but no.
But not.
No dice for you. I don't know if you see that picture. Jens is also working on his snow bases. Can you see them?
Yeah, seeing them. Yeah.
Trying to work out which of those looks the best.
Number 2.
Number 2. The correct answer is number 2. I'm glad we agree.
Mark says technically nothing Middle Earth on my desk at the min, although World War II inspired Land Raider has a familiar name. It's got some steak strips there.
Book scratches are bloody awesome.
Oh, he's called it Theodred, his Land Raider.
Where are you seeing that?
Mark Raintree. Follow up to his initial.
Oh, what is there another comment?
Another picture.
Oh, that's very cool. I love it.
And then Doublé is in.
Lovely.
Nice.
Basic BSIME mounted Theodred.
Oh, it's annoying. I've got to scroll all the way back to the picture that I've just clicked off. Haskell is in. Start of the evening picture. The wine bottle says "Long live King." Sadly, not to be for poor Theodred, of course.
Oh, and he's got one of his Yorkie honeycombs. He's
getting through him. He's getting through.
Gradually getting. I love that he's got him in his little blister at the start of the night. Then what did he do in the BSIME Summer Hiatus? I've only succumbed once to eating one from his box of Yorkies, so he's still got plenty. Isn't it a bit odd that About Against Middle Earth magazine gave me a foot base to go with the mounted Theodred? Did he come with a horse in the magazine? I truly don't know.
I can't remember.
I see what it means though. In the blister, you get it. It's for painting.
Yeah.
They say it in the painting guide.
Yeah.
It
says, I think this is it. Yeah, 2 ties undercoat this evening.
Progress over. Progress.
Yeah. Sam Page, going to be tidying up this Theodred from years gone by. Finish the base, some highlights to the face, probably a shield if I can find one. Nice. Good to see. Theodred and obligatory stream snack, you cheeky bleeder.
That is your pile of chocolate.
That is my pile of chocolate. Sod.
Looking fit. You've got some of those white crunchy balls as well. That's what they are in the background.
I told you not to sell anyone that, mate.
It's looking good though.
I told you that in confidence, Damien. When I walk, they crunch. Nice work, Sam. No Theodred for me, says Nathan. Nathan is working on Elvis.
That's a lot of Mark Riddell.
Yeah.
That must be about, it's at least 30, 40, but it cannot be 50.
And Sean says, sent to me by the wonderful Michael Haskell. So Michael Haskell had 2 BSIME blisters.
It's kind, isn't it? What BSIME is the best?
Let's have a look. With contrast armor. Contrast will work quite well with Rohan armor, I think.
Rebating, nothing special, but it's nice to paint something and not really care too much about the input. That's how I feel when I'm doing these BSIME models. It's great, isn't it? It's good, dude.
Adele Bosch says, hi guys, Mark is mega chuffed to see the stream back again. Mark's had Theodred for 8 years and wouldn't be painting if it wasn't for the stream. Oh, man.
And yet no picture as of yet.
Yeah. James Wilson has got the foot model on the go.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Rich Clemmer says, full table tonight and sorry the rugby is on the big screen, but your audio is taking precedence. Got models I need to prep, but hoping for an extra highlight on Theo Boy. First, my dinner though.
Oh, he's got to get off the road there, isn't he?
Is that nachos?
Looks like it, yeah.
Cheesy nachos.
That's a big dish of nachos.
It's a big dish of nachos.
And a big spoon. He's in. Look at all that stuff in the back. What are they? What is that in the back? All those piles. I'm trying to work out what the pictures are.
I've unclicked off the big.
Could
so
be
I'm not
Dale. I think it might be Dale Warriors.
Let's go back to the beginning.
I think they might be Knights of Dale, where there's 4 packs. I think it might be a Dale Command to their left.
Oh.
And you've got the Fallen Head. You've got a Glorfindel. You've got a Get Off the Road.
Get off the road.
Get off the road.
Sam Hoodie says,
did you get off the road?
Yeah, I got it, yeah. You know,
that's nice.
try to sell all my stuff and still ordering new stuff. Idiot. No Theodred for me. I'm house/dog sitting, so I've bought a little project to tide me over, building up towards a Throne of Skulls with Dunland. Also having to do some colours on the flies. I forgot a couple of paints. For anyone wondering, the front left guy is a banner swapped to a 2-handed, and the original 2-handed is becoming a less cumbersome banner bearer. Yeah, the banner bearer is weird, and I did that exact conversion as well, my friend. Frederick says Dunland is my favourite kind of Rohan. Josh Crosby, mainly painting for the GT doubles this evening, but I'll get some base coats on this tonight, so he's in.
Look at the background.
All the Coca-Colas.
Lovely to see you pausing your project for
love it.
In the spirit of BSIME.
And then we got an update from Adele saying Mark's unwell, but still did some paint prepping and painting in case felt well enough for the stream. Good to hear. I hope he's feeling better soon. It's good to see him getting a bit of hobby in. Just cheer him up a little bit. Nice work.
Is that Mark Boscher? That's Mark. That's Mark. I'm
Mark,
getting confused. Is that Mark Fry?
Mark Fry, yeah. Ethan Walker, no Theodred, but working on some conversions for the first time in years. Ooh, somebody's broke into the BSIME conversion sprue.
I want that for when it comes up. I haven't got the conversion sprue. I want to do that conversion.
Great use of conversion kit. Please paint him. Please wait to paint him until Gurrit's week.
Yeah, well, that's what they do, isn't it? That's what you're going to do on that week.
Rum called Cakestra says, I love this model, but you'll probably never see the tabletop again.
Yep. Looks great though, mate.
Lovely paint job, mate.
That's beautiful.
Scroll all. This is annoying. You got to scroll all the way down. So annoying.
Horse. Look at the horse on that Ramco Keisha.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
No,
it's nice. Sam Page. Nick has taken over the desk to paint Theodred in pink. Ride for the pink, and the world's going pastel pink. I like it.
Pink is red. I like that she does seem to be using different pinks for different parts of the world.
Yeah. It's very on theme at the moment with Barbie movie out on that.
But she's also not. I mean, she's doing the hair and doing the sword, right? She's being careful about it.
Yeah.
Not just throwing
it on like it's snow.
And the horse.
You know what I mean?
Cover it in caster sugar. Yeah. And the horse isn't pink, you
know. Stephen Ryan, Theodred, and a cream egg. He's in. We've got a whip. Vicky is on theme with her nails, raw and colour scheme. Ah, right. So that's not a separate Theodred. That is
That
your
armor's
Theodred.
looking great though.
Theodred. It is looking really nice. And the nails are on theme.
he's brought in Vicky. Hold my Theodred. Very cool. In you go, sir. How was your cabbage cream egg? Did it taste different to the past? Let us know. Because we want to know this. We don't know.
Ryan Cuthbert. Betting a Theodred
Colours.
amongst a bunch
Great
of
to have colours back.
Termagants. Even if I improve his face, I'll be happy. Again, it was originally created when the mag first came out.
Oh,
And face and hair redone. So you're in,
great.
mate. Yeah.
probably never used the model, but at least it's not quite much nicer. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Larry Miller, no Theodred, but the new Pez dispensers.
Looks like I'm about to put my paintbrush into my nose.
Looks like I've noticed that you're about to do that, and I'm
Don't
thinking,
do that, mate. Don't
should
do
I
that.
tell him? Should I
Don't
tell
do
him?
that. That's a bad idea. So what's he gone for? He's gone for Ariel and Belle. Great choices. Great choices.
Todd Egbert, working on Berserkers tonight with my new fave cereal,
It's just, sorry, just go back to
Frosted
Larry's picture.
Flakes chocolate.
Go back to Larry's picture for a minute.
Do you know how awkward it is for me to go back to pictures? Because it's when I click off them, it scrolls all the way to the top, and I've got to scroll all the way down again.
Oh, it'll be worth it.
So annoying. Go on.
Looks like what happened at the front of his keyboard? Like someone's just murdered a Lego set. Is that? I like the minifigs at the back, but I've never noticed the little monstrous pile of murdered Lego parts.
The dead pile.
Yeah,
It looks like
Lego.
Tariel's hair there to the left of the thingy handle.
You've also got, that green hat with the yellow
Yeah.
thing. That's certainly the Jurassic Park night vision goggles that Tim has. I wonder if they're getting double use in like a Star Wars kit. That's a strange thing to have in front of your keyboard there. And look, one Forge World gates or whatever they call them. Classic Miller. And God knows what's in that drink.
I won't say what it looks like.
I know. That's exactly what I was thinking. Because it ain't tea.
Todd Egbert.
Todd Egbert, you say?
Yeah, he's got Kellogg's Frosted Flakes of corn, chocolate, naturally flavoured, with spooky marshmallows in. What is this craziness?
Oh, he is American, isn't he? Todd's American.
Americans are mad.
Look great.
They're mad though, aren't they, Americans?
Frosted Flakes plus chocolate plus marshmallows.
And you can put more sugar on them.
It has to say cereal, just because people would be so confused. That can't be cereal anymore, does it? Can it?
Scott Newman, no Theodred for me tonight, but some Theodred slays. I converted a Theodred a few years ago. We'll put a pic below. Do not count. Ah, yeah, it looks cool, that man. That's Theoden, isn't it? With Aemer's head. Is that right?
Oh, I see. No,
it is Aemer. It's Aemer, isn't it?
What is that? Do not. I like the loud do not count.
Yeah,
no, that's Theoden.
Yeah. No, Theoden's horse.
Yeah.
But it's Aemer. Oh no, it is Theoden. Yeah, it's Theoden.
I think it's Theoden.
Yeah, because it is the pattern on
the arm's different. The angle of the arm's different. She's obviously converted.
It's
that.
Theoden with Aemer's head.
It looks class.
I got it right the first time, and then
I don't think it's Aemer's head, is it? Or if it is, he shaved the beard off.
Yeah, I think it's Aemer's head
with the beard shaved off.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It looks class though. I like the idea of the Ford as well with the the rocks around the water. Looks wicked.
Yeah,
but
cool.
Do not count it. He screams and
don't count it.
The Uruks look amazing as well.
Ashley Fisher, no Theodred in my cupboard, so clean up and assemble my remaining ministerial tonight. Hoping to get these done by New Year. Complete set of black dice will have to wait. It's weird that you got that there, my friend, because look, I also when I was digging out what's on my desk, what needs doing. You can see it. Big flags to give away, yeah. I don't need it painting. but I wanna repaint it. It's one that I wanted to really put a lot of effort into the banner. So yeah, but I don't need it, so it's not really helping me backlog. Maybe I should just sell it. Oh God, I've gone too far. Have I? Yes. Larry Miller. Yuki Crisps.
He must have died sometime in the night. What a tragedy for the king to lose his own son and heir. I understand his passing is hard to accept, especially now that your brother has deserted Yuki Crisp. It's very close. I mean, there's some great Photoshop. What's he got in? What's Greenwood got in his mouth? Is that his tongue?
Yeah.
Coming out.
Mm.
Sam confirms that he's far from disappointed, but best served cold Shield Maiden tears.
Ice cold Shield Maiden tears. He should have said. Oh.
Great work, Larry.
And then we've got a little painting done, which is the first time in several weeks, says Larry. I'm going to refresh. I think that could be it.
That was the last one I had. It was the first time in several weeks Larry did some painting as well, so that's cool.
Yeah, that's the last post. It's the last post.
It's only 13.
Is that a low record?
I don't think it'll be a low record ever, but it'll be. I do think it'll be the lowest in a while. I can consult the entries for you.
Consult the entries for me, mate, will you?
We had a fourth. Harmer got more. Harmer got 14.
It's a kick in the teeth for Theodred, isn't it? A lowly captain.
I'm going back a long way here, mate.
Is it the lowest ever?
It goes back. It's the lowest since episode 27.
It's the lowest since records began.
Yeah, essentially, because before that I haven't filled up.
Yeah.
But
so someone needs to watch the first 27 episodes and see
so
an independent character.
I've gone through a few. On episode 2 we got 8. And then I haven't done episode 3. The record on 11, on week 11 we got 22, and that was a record. So it's been a while. It's our. I say our worst. I don't think it's our fault.
I'll beat yourself up, mate.
Yeah. There was a lot of people tonight not painting Theodred. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Like 51 comments and 13 Theodreds is not a great hit rate for a young lad.
No, but I think we sort of expected it though.
We said this at the start, right? We said this is a good chance to win.
Yeah.
So you've got about a 1 in 4 chance of making it into the final.
Do we have a D13?
Yeah, I suppose we just. How do we do this? It's a bit too simple. We can probably just do a D.
Just go straight to the final. 13 names.
13 entries into the final. I've got a D14, and we can just roll. We can just roll that 3 times to get our finalists.
Yeah. Let's do it that way.
How exciting!
Yeah.
So D15, so D12. No, it must be that one. Yep, D14. David, cool. So the order. Let me move the dice tray out. Don't move the dice tray out of the way. That would be disastrous. Let's swap over.
Ugh.
You see that?
Yeah.
As ever, in case you needed reminding, we are playing for this bad boy. Oh, big five. That'd be some dice. So we're going to do a D14. We will re-roll 14s. Yeah. And the order is Michael Curtis, Michael Dubé, Michael Haskell. That's Trip Michael in the first 3. Sam Page, Sean Clark, James Wilson, Richard Clammer, Joshua Crosby, Mark Fry, Remco Keystra, Sam Page, Stephen Ryan, and Ryan Cuthbert.
Yeah.
Let me pull up our records as well. We need to update those. So, of course, we do have this is Ashley Fisher's going to be kicking himself because we have got Ryan Cuthbert and Josh Crosby both in the draw, and they're on the 4 dice. So there's a good chance for someone to get to a 5th dice.
Yeah.
All right, ready for our 3 finalists?
Can I make a suggestion?
Always.
So you're re-rolling 14s.
Yeah.
Do you want to re-roll 13s? And keep the 14, just because it's unlucky, isn't it?
Well, it depends if we're on 13 for Ryan Cuthbert, really, doesn't it? All right, no, I'm going to do it for the drama. So Ryan Cuthbert,
Cuffers is going to kick. He's going to kick off if you roll a 13.
If a 13 comes up.
But imagine if you roll a 14.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's the risk to take. But I think people would always sign on for the risk in the name of drama, right?
Yeah.
So we are re-rolling 13s because Steve's a psychopath, and Ryan Cuthbert, you are now 14.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. First finalist. It's 11.
11.
That's Sam Page.
Sam Page
is into the final.
Well done, Sam.
We'll be joining him. Surely one of the Trip Michaels got to make it.
Oh, you are most welcome, my friend.
That is covers. That's 4 dice covers.
You know what? He owes me
That
a
is
pint now.
nuts,
He owes
mate.
me a pint now.
That is crazy. Surely Crosby can't join him. Crosby's on 8. Surely Crosby can't join him. Oh, 7.
7.
He's dodged it by 1.
Lucky 7.
Now. Oh, no. Oh, God. We're going to need VAR. Sam Page is on here twice. Sam Page should be on here twice because one of them's Nick.
Yeah.
Right? It's not.
Yeah.
It's Nick. Nick is in the final.
Ooh.
It is not Sam. Huge scenes in the Page store and house. Nick's in the final, because Sam posted first, right?
Yeah.
So, and then what did we get? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's Richard Clammer. So our finalists are Richard Clammer, Nick Dorn, and Ryan Cuthbert.
Yeah.
Colours going for his.
I've got a back covers here.
I've got
to put my money on covers.
I'd like Nick to get a dice for.
No, it's not. I'm not saying who I'd like. I'm not saying I don't want covers to get it, but
I'm not saying I hate Nick.
You know, if I'm a betting man, like money's got to go on covers. I think he's got the.
Obviously, we know Colours has got his 4 dice.
Yeah, greedy.
Nick doesn't have a dice. Sam doesn't have a dice. And Richard, I don't think Richard's got a dice either. He doesn't.
Okay.
So it's 4 dice Colours against 2 noobs.
Yeah. He's been here before.
Josh Crosby and Ash Fisher are livid, screaming about the Skewers inquiry about the 13-14 debacle. But as ever here, we are going to the first to 3. I can't believe that worked. The drama. So Richard, you're on 1. Nick, you're on 2, and Ryan, you're on 3.
Okay.
First to 3 points for the black dice.
Let's do it. Obviously, it's 3.
Others.
It's going to be a whitewash, mate.
He's not here to make friends, is he?
It's going to be a whitewash.
Oh, you 2 want a dice, do you?
Oh, mate, I'm telling you.
He doesn't like a fairy tale with Colours. He just likes 5 black dice.
Just trouncing the noobs.
He's now got 2 chances. The next 2 dice. He's the only one who can win at this point. A 3 comes up here, and Ryan Cuthbert becomes the first person to win 3 black dice. That's all
I said it. I called it. I called it.
Colours has smashed it. Crosby is flipping the table. Those coats are everywhere. Fisher's screaming, "Why didn't I paint a Theodred?" You have won this wonderful black dice.
Look
There
at
it
that.
is.
There
Look
you
at
go.
that. You
Put the lottery on, mate. Put the lottery on.
Right here. One last time, just to check that the dice is indeed fixed. There it is. Unbelievable scenes. I truly can't remember the last time we had a whitewash.
I don't think
Doesn't
we
happen
ever
a
have.
lot.
I don't think we ever have we?
So, oh, wonderful scenes. Others jumps to the top of the table. So he is now going to be on 5 wins. And what is the stream number? Is it 87?
Something like that,
It's his first in 11 streams. Sorry to Nick and Richard for coming so far. He's the only one we have someone on 5 dice, and what's more mortifying is I have given it to Ashley Fisher. Sorry. That's correct. It's his first one in 12 streams. He win. Look at this for regularity. This is nuts. Right? Ryan Cuthbert has won 47, 58, 67, 75, and 87. He's basically just winning one every 10 streams.
Yeah, that's how he rolls, man.
That's how I roll.
That's how he rolls.
And now I will sort ascending, and boom, there he is at the top. Ryan Cuthbert with his 5 dice.
I'll jump back in the chat.
Love to see. I can
Can't
only
start making a
imagine
move.
what they're saying.
It's going to be going crazy, isn't it? Aaron says, "Yeah, what is going on with Top Table, Steve? Is it coming back? It's never gone anywhere, mate. I've just yeah, live. It's not. It's there'll be stuff. There'll be stuff. As soon as I get a little bit of spare time, there'll be stuff. I love the stupid banner," says Larry. The best thing about Pink Theodred is that he's painted differently by a different person to the foot version. Much theme. I've seen neither of these movies yet, says Larry. We're going to get around to watching them now that they are live action versions. I can watch first.
Which movies is he talking about?
Frozen and no, what was the Disney princesses?
He probably is talking about Matilda and Frozen. You're probably right.
Yeah. There are slightly parts I need to get around to sorting out for various things, and got to keep my precious Forge World gates safe. Don't want to have to pay goldfish blue prices for them. And yeah, I got distracted and never got around to finishing the diorama set. I took the tongue off the Cookie Crisp Wolf and added it to him. Michael Curtis says, "Hey, new record. Record broken, party popper," says Stephen Ryan. Richard Clemmer says, "You should have told me to count the entries. What stats do you need for episodes 24, 27?
Oh, because he's been watching them back.
Yeah. Come on, Pink Dice, says Larry. Typical cuffers swinging his way around. Bloody covers at it again. Sad face from Ashley Fisher. Also, in a twist, I've just discovered I actually already had an Ariel Pez dispenser. I thought I got Rapunzel and Elsa last time. Congrats, mate, says
anger
Remco.
that's currently in the Miller household. Been tables screaming, chucking spoons around.
But it's not a complete waste, as one is Mermaid Ariel and t'other is Human Ariel.
Oh, perfect. Are you laughing?
Congrats, fella, says Richard Clemmer. Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast, says Larry. I didn't watch a lot of classic Disney movies as a kid.
Well, Larry, if you want, you can come see Beauty and the Beast with me and my family on Sunday morning.
Yeah, there you go. There's enough.
That.
Right. So before we go,
yes,
Hobito. What are we going with?
Hobito. So, of course, if you were to turn over your magazine, you would find we don't want to give you that. We've reached the end of a binder, Stephen.
Yeah.
We have 2 binders to go. 26 issues of this bad boy to go. And so, of course, in traditional BSIME style, we turn to The Hobbit and take a look at The Hobbit's developments, give people a chance, the wrong book, to give people a chance to paint some Hobbit models, because they never get the chance to do that during the Battle Game run. Where's the crap book gone?
There is no crap books, my friend.
Oh, it's there. It's quite hard to find the last supplement because it's so thin. It often looks like just another page from different supplements. So 13 issues ago, we had a look at this. A look at the Battle of 5 Armies supplement, the one that was free in White Dwarf. You can go back and watch that stream in preparation for the next one if you want to remind yourselves of kind of where the game was, but it wasn't in a good place.
No.
The game was dead, and very sad we were too. But then something happened. And a few years after that, I think it was in 2017, this was released. The Hobbit, the motion picture trilogy strategy battle game, there and back again. This, so much joy from this. We'll talk about it obviously in the next stream. It's a wonderful book, and it revitalizes the hobby and kind of came from nowhere. So in our next stream, we'll be looking at this bad boy.
First
Lot to discuss.
Ardacon, was it previewed?
It
was
was
in the cabinet, but you couldn't read it.
I'm not sure if it was. I think the first Ardacon, because it was late. The first Ardacon was in October or something. It was later in the year, and they had some of the. There was definitely a point where they had the book. You could also look through the book, but I feel that might have been 2017. I feel that was possibly at. I don't know. We'll know by the next stream.
Yeah.
But there was definitely a point where the book was in the cabinet, and they had some of their models on display, because I think the team was formed in 2016, so I reckon it was probably Ardacon 2017 that they had the stuff there. So what is the theme? Well, what we'll go for is any model. There's going to be some caveats in here, but let's say any model or profile that have you got it? What lovely, that was introduced in this book, okay, for the first time. So I'm going to skim through. That's not the Champions variable. You could have Dane. You could have none of the elves, not Bard. You could have Sigrid and Tilda. You could have Bane. You could have Braga if you've converted a Braga. You could have Percy. You could have Hilda.
Percy.
None of the White Council. You could have any of the Iron Hills, so the Warriors, the Goat Riders, the Chariots, the Ballista, anything like that. Not the Elves, not the Lake Towners, not Azog. I suppose you could have a Signal Tower if you were converting that. Not Bolg. You could have Goblin Mercenaries. You could have, well, God knows, probably the Keeper of Dungeons. He gets a new profile, but not a new. Easier fee because he gets a new profile but not a new model. The Nazgul of Dol Guldur, not Smaug, Gundabad Berserkers, Warbats, Troll Brute, Gundabad Troll, Catapult Troll, Gundabad Ogres, and Goblin Mercenaries. So that's it. I'm sure there will be caveats. You could have if you convert Thorin and that to be riding goats, I think that's all right because it was the first time they're riding goats. Yeah, I think we'll go with profiles. It's not going to be a record-breaking one anyway, but it's something that basically something that wasn't in this. So I don't care if the Champions variable are a bit different. The Champions variable were in this. If you converted one to be on a goat, which they didn't have the option for in this, and we didn't have the goat model, then that's fine. You think that's all right?
Yeah. Larry's asking, can he do elk Thranders? My answer would be yes.
There he is. See, I knew he would be, but yeah, I think so because he didn't. He doesn't have the option for the elk in this. Yeah, and he got so he gets a new option and a new model. I think that's in the spirit of it.
Yeah.
So anything came out to support this wonderful rebirth of the game. Steve, you've been painting tonight. Dare I ask, will you be digging anything out?
I think because I doubt I'm going to get any time to paint between now and then. So I think I might be carrying on with these guys.
The goblins, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm
going to get them done. I'm not going to. These aren't leaving my desk now till they're finished.
Gotta do it.
So, yeah.
I've pulled out something especially for the occasion that I've literally been waiting for about knowing that we'd do this at least a year. I was like, I'll do them.
Oh.
My 2 Warbats. I've got I've got a big Azog's Legion army. Picked up 2 of these. Never painted them, and I was like, that's got battle streams written all over it. 2 models, fairly simple. Clear them out the backlog. Yeah. So I will be working on those. We have a speculative date of did we say Saturday the 8th, which is 3 weeks time. Yeah. Can't do 2 weeks because it's doubles. So we're hoping to be back the weekend after that. We'll confirm it
Saturday the 7th.
Is it Saturday 7th? Sorry. That's the date we were looking at. We can't guarantee it for sure, but that's the weekend we're having a look. So hopefully we'll be back to discuss all things there and back again, all things Hobbit there, which will be very, very exciting. Do we have? Adam G says it's been a fab stream. Lord of the Rings and Disney font, all I ever need. Larry says, and zero. Frederick confirms there and back in was late 2016. Richard Cameron says some of the model counts in that book are mad. What's that mean? The model counts?
Some of the model counts are mad.
Let us know what that means in the next few seconds if you can. Frederick then says, yeah, Iron Hills were released.
Unless you mean some of the scenarios, the amount of models you need.
Oh, yeah, possibly. You might be right. There's loads. There's 30 scenarios in there. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Iron Hills released at 2016, right when I got back into the hobby and discovered all the YouTube channels. Larry says, technically, Iron Hills Dwarves with Spear were released before the book. Richard Clammer, can I paint my Age of Sigmar bats as I'm using them as war bats to a variety? No. Got to be the right models, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, got to be the right models.
Yeah. Otherwise, everyone who put an entry in tonight would have said it. This is my version of Theodred.
That's my version of Theodred. Sam says, congrats for Ryan. Sorry for delay. I like that he's apologised for not saying congratulations earlier. That's politeness. And Larry says, I got Elk Thranders on the Salute pre-release and never painted him. That's cool. So I presume that's not just a factoid, but he's saying that he'll paint him next week. So, and Remco says, good night, guys. Catch you next time. And that's it. We're done. Cool. Up.
Yeah, smashed it, mate.
Stephen, it's been a pleasure, my friend.
It is. It's been great to be back. It's been great to stream. It's been great to get paintbrushes out, even though I hit a brick wall when I decided to put a wash on them like I did.
10 minutes in. Oh, they're all wet.
But I've got 10 models in front of me that I've got paint on them. So happy days.
My Theodred is he's like an evening away from being finished, I think.
Yeah.
He's not. He needs some more work, but he needs significantly less work than he did at the start of the night, which is about all you can ask for, isn't it?
Yeah. So we've given you a provisional date, which we're going to try and work towards. There's a chance it could change. There's a chance it could stay the same.
That's the other one.
But yeah, probably a couple of things to talk about in the next stream as well. All positive, I think. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
We'll have doubles. We'll have had doubles. So hopefully we'll see you at doubles. If you are expecting a dice from me, either purple patron dice or a black one, and you're going to doubles, send me a message and I'll bring some along so I can hand some dice over.
Yeah, good shout. I'll just bring some along with you anyway.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Just in case.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it unless someone tells me to. But it's been great. It's been super fun. I've enjoyed it. It's been fun. I can give two craps about Theodred, so it's been fun to play with his profiles and look at his scenarios and look at his history in the story.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. There's still 22 crazy people still here at this time of night on a Sunday, but that's it. I'm gonna have to go to bed. So thank you everyone. Any last words, Mr. Robin? Mr. DOB?
It's been lovely to be back, and I can't wait to get stuck into the Hobbit next time.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Take care.
Hurrah.